creating the Freedmen Party. Does any of that matter? Why would you spend 2 hours talking about that? I didn't get it. I'm sorry. I mean, I guess there's some historical significance, but to what we're doing today, what was the point of that conversation? And I'll end there.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's just clarity, and there's no issue, there's no beefs, there's not going to be back and forth. I'm going to reach out to those gentlemen in the DMs, as they say, and even phone numbers, and we could. It's just like debate. It's intellectual debate. And like I said, the point is essentially moot because the legislation already contains both terms.
I will say that there were people in that space that I felt said some things that they really need to get checked on.
Well,
where I think that as we go forward and we're getting bigger and bigger and more successful in our efforts, we have to realize that when someone calls someone out of their name or challenges someone's integrity in a public space and 200 people are listening, we have to understand, we have to consider how much is that going to be amplified. So if 200 people in a space don't know someone and someone calls them out of their name and makes certain allegations against them, those 200 people are telling their 10 friends. Now we're told 2,000 people. And I think we really need to be careful of that. Just saying.
I know you like to worry, but I'm not worried, bro, because here's the thing. We're looking for like-minded individuals and we're moving forward with the plan. And there's always going to be people who don't even disagree with you at all. They actually support you, but they're not going to do the action. And we're really focused on people that are going to do the action because there's going to be waves of people. There are going to be waves, and they're going to be the people who are willing to do the action first. And once other people can see that that is bearing fruit, that will encourage others to do the action. There'll be a second wave and then a third wave, and hopefully by the fourth wave, we're really close to our goal. But I don't want to waste the energy. We talk about this in our offline talks about distracting type of information. I just want to focus on the goal, the goal, the goal, the goal, the goal. Keep our eyes on the prize, as they say. And that is going to be the most productive thing that we can do, is just stay focused, laser focused on the goal.
I'm with you. I'm just saying that I think we have an opportunity participating in this space and the other ones that we'll be creating to set rules of engagement. Meaning, if I disagree with you and I can't beat you on the facts, it's not kosher to start calling you out of your name. I'm sorry, I hear you. I'm down with the plan, but those are called rules of engagement, and we have to start engaging with people the way that is effective and moves the needle forward. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, copy that. We got Mr. Lytle, and then I believe I did Queen B, and then Mr. Daniel. Hey, Daniel, I haven't seen you in a while. I see we back online, so can't wait to hear you speak. Okay, Mr. Little, you're up. Little Lair.
Oh, hey, thanks. I've been in your spaces quite a few times over the past few months, and if I know anything, in terms of your motivations, I would agree that your motivations were pure in terms of just having an intellectual discussion. I didn't get a chance to go over the entire thread, but I did. I skimmed it, and it seemed like you two were just going back and forth about the legal definitions, and I think that's just politics. I didn't see anything inherently wrong with that. When I was in the space, I did feel like there was some serious personal shots thrown at you. But I guess that's just going to happen. I guess that's just the nature of politics, So, but I I do want to ask you a question. Do you spend a lot of time on the Twitter Spaces, because that's where a lot of, I guess, people who are, I guess, most likely to be active and most likely to get involved are? Because, you know, a lot of, you know, activists and a lot of nonprofit organizations, just folks who are just generally engaged more than, I guess, the general population are on Twitter. Is that one of the reasons why you focus a lot on Twitter? And the reason why I asked you that is because I started reading the Convention of States thing that you posted, and that shit's scary, man. I'm just gonna be real, it's scary. And and I know, I guess this could seem kind of, I guess, what's the word I'm looking for? I'll just say it. Using fear sometimes is kind of, you know, it feels dirty, right? It feels dirty. But honestly, brother, I don't know if you're going to get people to move, I guess, the way you would like them to move. And I'm assuming you want them to move fast. That is an assumption of mine, that you want them to move fast, quick, now. I don't see it happening unless we have, unless things get worse for Black folks. I mean, on an overt level, in terms of more people dying, more, you know, we have, you know, guerrilla tactics being waged against us, you know, in the rural states, you know, because those people are actually embracing an actual race war as a likely possibility. They're actually embracing that. So you know, I just don't see people moving without some real dramatic consequences.
Catalyst.
Or if you don't use fear in your marketing, I guess. I'm having a hard time seeing it, man. Because I think you're right. I think you're absolutely right about why the Black majority state is necessary. But we're having a hard time just getting, you know, some Black folks to change their voting habits just for reparations. And I had a conversation with a family member who is a part of the demographic who generally doesn't vote. You know, they don't believe in the system. They're disillusioned, and I empathize with that. I don't point fingers. I understand why they don't really engage with it. And he began to divulge some things to me about what I would need to say to him in order to get him to move in regards to reparations. And I'm trying to figure out what would I need to say to get people to move in regard to this Black majority state, because without reparations or that, maybe we need both. I don't see our ethnicity surviving. So that's all I have to say.
Yeah, man, you said a lot. You said a mouthful. I agree with you on the Convention of States. That is a move. And ironically, I was riding through a neighborhood at a rental property that I have, and I saw this American flag with COS in place of the stars, and I'm like, and then I could see Convention of States written across the center of it. And I went to the website, and that's why I posted it, because I'm seeing this in people's front door windows, you know. So if you don't know what it is, most people don't. But obviously, because I think they got it, according to that map, they got nearly all of the states. But I think the last time I checked, it was like 20 out of the 34 they need to bring the convention, and then they need 38 to pass it. But they're introducing legislation in all these other states. So it's very likely within a decade that they are victorious and at least bringing it to the floor. And they could cripple the federal government. That was the purpose of it being in the U.S. Constitution. It may incite a federal war against states. There's so many possibilities there that are really out of our control. But the thing that is in our control is, yes, this migration. Now, how do we do that? There's been debate after debate, and you know, I've been advocating for 4 years now, 2 years on Twitter, 2 years on Facebook. And so I believe this first state, because it only requires 1% of our population, that we can find 1% of our population that just moves, and they're given the direction as to why they are moving, what the purpose of the move is, and we just got to talk to them. We got to get in front of them. I've had people tell me that they want to do it, that they're interested in doing it. I've had actually a dozen people tell me that. So it's a thing where people, when they connect to it, it's a no-brainer. I don't look at, you know, and I was telling some people offline that Initially, it was moved to the South, and then it got, nah, that's too abstract and that's too overwhelming. Let's focus in on a particular state so that it becomes a little more palatable for people. And then Delaware becomes a state because it's the smallest, and it can happen very quickly, I believe, within 1 or 2 election cycles. However, a lot of people, I don't want to move to Delaware, and that's fine, and that's understandable. So, how do you get people to move to Delaware? You focus on the states that are very, very close and even connected physically to the state of Delaware. There's enough people living in Philadelphia to take over the state of Delaware. It's only 30, 40 minutes away. So that needs to be our focus, is just trying to get people to take an hour drive, hour and a half drive, and move into this state, because the climate's the same, the environment's the same, the culture should be very, very similar. We just got to get one state to prove it, to show it, to disrupt everything that's going on in this country and really around the planet. So get in front of these church groups and civics groups, and just all these different groups that we can, senior citizens groups, to explain to them why we must do this now, why the urgency is so. The catalyst, I posted about that catalyst. I had the same thought process as you. We need a catalyst. However, we don't really, really want a catalyst, because unfortunately that means harm. That means we are in an emergency state. And my goal is to try to move us at least to one state before we get into this state of emergency where we are literally grabbing our bags and running out the door. I don't want us to be in that situation ever. So I think we just plan, and we move with purpose, and we can get ahead of it, and make it happen. Shout out to Black Voltron. Shout out to Married Black Parents. I see Secret Sister, Mouthpiece, Miss Koju. I hope I said that right. Miss Amia, Miss Goddess, Mr. Lawrence. We got the GOAT from Philly. We need our Philly brothers to step up. We got I'm Black, and we got Jay and Miss Judge, and obviously Miss Rella. So I'm gonna pass the mic on to Miss Queen B. I hope I answered everything in that response.
Hey, Black, can I address Little Larry for 15 seconds?
Man,
Look,
absolutely.
Yeah. I started promoting the Black American Homeland back in 2012 on Twitter, YouTube, all those different social media. And what's going on today, 10 years later, to me, it has exploded. I mean, if you compare, the sentiment of what people thought of the Black American Homeland back in 2012 compared to today, to me, it has grown really fast. And I say another 3 to 5 years, if we can get more and more people involved, we need people that are already in those states that we're targeting. We need people in those states to promote their state. And I mean, it's growing. To me, it's growing really fast because I've been doing this since 2012. So, and then when Black Majority, when he came on in 2019, 2020, it really started taking off. And then when what's the person's name? Charles Blow, his book came out in 2021, January 2021, and actually back in 2014, 2015, I was sharing the Black American Homeland information with Charles Blow back in 2014, 2015, and he didn't think the idea would work, but it slowly grew on him, and he came out with his own book in 2021. So so I just think that people just have to understand, the how federalism work, how 10th Amendment, how everything works, and they just have to visualize themselves in a super majority black state or region of states, and once those people can see it, then I think it can take off. Yeah, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Agreed. Miss Queen B.
Yes, thank you for giving me an opportunity to come to the stage. I apologize, Black Majority. I got into the room maybe 2-3 minutes late, and did you change the topic? I was here to talk about Willie Lynch.
Yeah, no, that is
the topic.
No, I was in another space.
Yeah, I was in that space, but I came over here.
Yeah, no, we're gonna get into the letter. We're just kind of breezing.
Okay. It sounded like y'all were doing a switch on me there. So okay.
No, we just open it up, and then I'm gonna dive into the letter. I'm gonna post the link of the PDF, so if people want to read along. This version, because there's so many versions of it, but this version actually has like a modern, it has a modern application towards the end of it. And so that's why I chose this particular version, but I'm gonna post it in the Jumbotron. Okay, so I believe Daniel's next, and then Miss Coops.
Appreciate you for letting me speak, man. I know it's been a minute. It's so much I can unravel, but I ain't gonna take up too much time. I heard a lot of jargon, as they say, in that other space. And let me tell y'all something. This man do his own research. This man take his own time to do a lot of things. I done seen this man went on live with about 6K followers before I even knew who those other cats was in that other space. So I'm just telling y'all, at the end of the day, don't let them fill y'all head up and make y'all think this man ain't doing no work. That's one. Two, we do need a dead serious migration to the South. Speaking for where I'm at right now in Georgia, you got Herschel Walker and Stacey Abrams down here trying to take over the whole thing and basically bring all those immigrants that everybody keep talking about that they're so worried about, basically congesting the state. Okay, this one of the places they're finna get ready to bring them to, but they're finna bring a different group. They're not looking to bring a lot of Mexicans, and they're not looking to bring a lot of them Ukrainians. They're actually looking to bring a lot of Arabs over here. How do I know? Because the last man that was in the seat I'm in right now, we done had a secret hush meeting over there with a lot of those people in exchange for a lot of the funds that came out of the last commission meeting that they had downtown. So I'm just letting y'all know ahead of time that they finna try to diversify the hell out this nation down here. So any heritage, any link that you may have that goes in accordance with the South, especially Georgia, make sure you get down here and get all the information you can get before they mess it all up. Because they bringing a lot of people down here that don't got nothing to do with the lineage, nothing to do with the heritage, nothing to do with anything that we have going on as a people down here. And they bringing them in and they trying to rewrite history in your face. And that's real dangerous. So I just wanted to say that, as far as this man putting in work, trust me, he putting it in. And there's a lot of people that's with him. They may not be on Twitter, they may not be on YouTube, but it's a lot of people backing this man that know what this man talking about and know that it's feasible. Everything that he's saying is logical. And a lot of those people in those other spaces is two-faced as hell, because last year they was rocking with this man hard. And then this year they got all that mouth. So let's not go there with that, and let's keep it on information, and let's try to help this brother come up from the bottom to the top with sources of information that even he may not know. And let's try to combine and let's work together and go ahead and get things done. That's the best thing I can say for right now.
Yeah, thank you for that. I've said in spaces, I've said in posts, I'm here to learn. I'm here to learn, educate, advocate, grow. I am not perfect. I'm infallible like everybody else, but I do dig as deep as the internet will allow me to dig. and to justify what I'm saying. So um, I don't have any negative opinions of anybody in that space. I will work with everybody in that space moving forward, because it is not about me. Matter of fact, they had a member. We had a phone conversation when I first got on Twitter, and he, really, really intelligent black man. He said, "Look here, brother, you got a really, really good plan. You got a great idea, but it's not about you." That was over a year and a half ago, and those words ring in my mind every single day. This is not about me. It will never be about me. The only thing that I desire to do is empower our people, and to really ensure that as long as I'm breathing, no one is scamming or finessing our people. That is very, very important to me. So I'll open it up to Miss Coops T.
Hey, family. Peace, love, and reparations. Peace and black power to the room. Thank you for having me speak. I was going to backtrack real quick on the migration. I know you're gonna switch it up here in a minute, but I was kind of triggered because someone had jumped in my mentions last week, saying, well, y'all want folks to move to the South, but, basically there's no infrastructure. What jobs are you going to give them? What, give them this, that, and the other? We kind of went back and forth. And I really lost my patience because I just finally got what? Mm-hmm. We're not doing hand holding.
Right.
Amen
to that. Amen to that.
Like who would pick up their family and move to any location, the South or otherwise, without some kind of plan, some kind of vision, without securing your home, your livelihood before you go. So anyway, I kind of lost patience, but then I calmed down and I thought about it and I said, well, maybe folks really don't have any idea of, what we're talking about on a practical day-to-day sense. I know we've been talking on a political sense, but, for families, for those with children, for those, like me, I'd be coming from California, never lived in the South, that kind of thing. I could see where it'd be a shock. So I did a little bit of looking, and I'm kind of in favor of the focusing on the two states at first. Black majority really convinced me that, to say the South is really broad. And I never fathomed Delaware myself, but I do understand for those that are on the East Coast, that really isn't that far to go, and it would accomplish the mission. Also, for those in the North or even the West Coast or wherever, or even those who tend to be a little more bougie and might feel like going to the Deep South might be a bigger culture shock for them, then Delaware might be a good compromise. One of the things I did find about Delaware is there's no sales tax, and I didn't know that. That makes a big difference when you're talking about people's personal economy, personal finance. The other thing, of course, is not far from Philly or Washington, D.C., so people can still work, in government or in those larger hubs. You're not that far away. And the rents are really low. Like the rents there are only like 27 average of the people's income. Where I'm from, people are upwards of 50% of their income, sometimes 60% of their pay going towards their housing, so there's a lot of benefits to it. I'm going to probably talk more on it when we get into a room that's very, more specific on the migration. But I just wanted to encourage the family to look into it. Also, with Mississippi being the second state, y'all don't sleep on Olive Branch, Mississippi. Don't sleep on Olive Branch, Mississippi. The median income there is $75,000 a year. Wow. Mississippi. Okay. When I was branch, the number of professional players, baseball players, and basketball players that actually live in Mississippi is like, the list is long. So there's something going on about moving to the South that, a lot of us don't know of, but that move is happening. So I'll go ahead and land it there. I just wanted to encourage everyone to do some digging, because this is going to be good for us on many fronts. Thanks, fam.
Thank you so much.
Hey, Black, I just want to say, look, I do notice a lot of people think the South is some type of third world country or something. Like, look, the South has all the modern critical infrastructure, has all the amenities of a first world country, right? I've been to many third world countries, right? I've been to 10 countries in Africa. I've been all over Asia, and believe me, the southern states have first world infrastructure. Look, I look at the HDI. If you can Google HDI, the Human Development Index, right? It has a score of all the countries in the world, what their human development index are, and also it also has it for the 50 states. And yes, Mississippi does have the lowest HDI in the 50 states. However, Mississippi HDI is up there with Portugal, Italy, Poland, and some of these other European countries. So look, the United States is a first world country. All 50 states are first world countries. Mississippi has nuclear power plants. Most countries don't have nuclear power plants, but Mississippi has nuclear power. It just has all the amenities. So, Mississippi is way more modern than Mexico. So I don't think you guys have to worry about that. The South is very, very modern, but it does have the South does have a lot of opportunities. So if you do have ideas, right, you can make your ideas work in the South. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Yeah, let me add that the problem in Mississippi is corruption. The Republicans who run that state, like most other states, they are corrupt as the fucking day is long, to be perfectly honest. And so it's not that Mississippi is the problem. It is the people who run the state that are the problem. I believe Married Black Parents was first, Lloyd Kelly, and then State Power. But State Power, you could jump in at any time.
What's up, family? How y'all doing? I miss y'all. I just been dealing with a lot of stuff in my life, but I actually want to kind of, I just wanted to say something, say hi to everybody, but then also was listening to Coos T, and one of the things that I was thinking was, I actually before Coos T started talking, that the migration is the solution to what happens in the WillieLynchLetter. Right, and then the WillieLynchLetter, what they're trying to do is they're trying to stoke divisions, like this person versus that, immigrants versus ADOS, light skin versus dark skin, left hand versus right hand, like all of the superficial ways that somebody can divide up people, old versus young, men versus women, childless versus people that got lots of kids, etc. But with the only way to get out of those situations is to build a vision that's more cohesive than the divisions that anybody else can put together. And I was thinking that this movement, migrating to a specific sequence of states is actually the thing that would kind of get rid of that. Because, if you're going to have a lot of conversations, like on Twitter or, in your personal life, you can have one of two conversations. You can have a conversation about all the divisions, or you can have a conversation about what it is that y'all want to accomplish together. Like me personally, I don't get on a lot of Twitter spaces in general because it's always, over there they doing this. But this is the first, this is the most consistent Twitter space that I've been in. It's like, okay, well we want to do this. And we want to figure out how we can do this and make this work without referencing other people, because we understand that the solutions that we have to come up with are more complicated and intractable than the stupid petty shit that everybody else be talking about. So so I wanted to say that. And also, in terms of, who's going to be there, how are you going to, feed your kids, how are you going to feed yourself, etc. One of the things I've been talking about is that, like, the movement to new places actually generates economic activity that can at least support more people moving there. So, for instance, if you don't have, let's just say, the number I've been trying to wrap my head around is, how do we house 10,000 people? Because, Delaware, we're talking about 525,000 people. 525,000 new voters, which is probably around 750,000 people. And Delaware probably doesn't have the capacity to do that. So what's going to happen is we're going to need to build new houses, right? We're going to need to build new buildings. We're going to need to build new infrastructure, like, water treatment plants. They're going to have to, bump up the electrical grid, all the stores there. We need people to own them. We need people to supply them. We need people to, make tomato sauce instead of just buying, whatever tomato sauce is on the shelf. So what happens is when we move, we're doing two things. The political thing is we're doing a vote. The political/economic thing is we're shifting the tax base, right? So Delaware is going to get, more people, paying new sets, more tax revenue into the thing, so it can afford to do other things. And economically, this is the business infrastructure that we've been waiting for. Because, right now, if you wanted to, compete in a city that is already there, there's existing contracts, there's existing, Walmart's already there, Target's already there. People are used to going to those stores. But if you were talking about moving, 500,000 Black people into a new state, there's nobody that can, I mean, Walmart might be able to whip up them stores, but let's not let that happen. Let's figure out how we can create distribution centers, mom and pop shops. You gotta how can we economically support ourselves and be self-sufficient when we move here? And, my number in my head is 10,000, but, that's just to kind of, be a small thing that we can do multiple places. So you put 10,000 here, 10,000 there, 10,000 there. There's thousands of counties across the U.S. There's hundreds of counties that are majority Black. Let's move to those because, if they're majority Black, we already got people that want to do this. What are the policies that we need to do, right? And these are the conversations that we need to have. And us having those conversations will just, kind of distract us from the dumb bullshit that the WillieLynchLetter was talking about. So, just want to land that there.
Okay, thank you, Married Black Parents, man. Your name comes up often. We love that graphic that you put out, a few months back. And
yeah,
so
that shit was doing numbers this year. This week, I was like, wait, these retweets. I love it.
Absolutely,
yeah,
absolutely. So yeah, let's get to the hands. I believe Lloyd Kelly had his hand up. We'll go Miss Cool. Oh no, State Power, you're up. Go, State Power's up. Then Lloyd Kelly.
Oh, Lloyd had his hand up. I want to go after him.
Okay.
No, State, go ahead, because I'm really ready to start talking about the letter. So go ahead, and then I'll make the comment I want to make on the letter.
Oh, sounds good. Yeah, I was only commenting on what Black American Homeland said. I put a post on Twitter the other day, or last week it might have been actually, because I'm really, I've made the decision that when I make the migration, I'm going to Alabama, and I'm going to go to either Mobile, Alabama, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be Huntsville, Alabama, right? I went ahead and I put it in the Jumbotron, but the conversation was very interesting. I got people in my DMs. The way they're talking is exactly how Black American Homeland says it. They think that the South is some type of, third world country. Truth be told, where I live at in California right now, you can Google this, 29 Palms, California. It's really the middle of nowhere. There's really nothing here. And we got all the headache of being, under the authority of the state of California, with none of the, at least, benefit of a robust economy, should I say. Like, places in LA and San Francisco, you're going to have the haves and have-nots. But there are people that are able to look at the beach and be like, oh, it's beautiful here. I don't even have that luxury where I stay at in California. It's really small town and nothing. And so when I think about the South, I'm like, I've been to the South. I've been to South Carolina. I've been to Florida. I've been to Georgia. I've been to East Texas. It didn't look like it was a third world country when I was there. It looked beautiful. In fact, Savannah, Georgia was probably one of the most beautiful places I've ever been in the United States, to be honest. And maybe I'm biased because I'm in California, and I don't know, but I appreciate it when I travel, the Southeast. So I think that there's, Mississippi comes up as one of those states that's like, they're like, oh, don't the KKK, and I don't know, like if it's from movies or from stories or whatever. I haven't been to Mississippi, but I don't think it's Mississippi in the 1915. I don't think it's the same place. I do think there is corruption there, and there is a system that's in place to keep Black Americans down. But I think that system exists in every single state of the United States, unless we have the majority of a state. That's the system that's set up across the board. And so at least when you move to a state where there's more of us, you can actually say there's physical protection. There's very little you can do as a 5% population in California, where the Mexicans are almost 50%, I think. There's really nothing you can do here. But at least in Mississippi, where you're 30% of the population, well, we have some numbers. We're not at 60%, but we have something. And so I think that because of those numbers, you're better off. I truly believe you're better off. If you guys are all on code. But I'll let it get to the hands now. I appreciate the time to speak.
I just want to say Mississippi is 40% Black.
Can I be heard?
Yes, Miss Coops.
Yeah, family. I just wanted to jump in real quick. So many interesting comments. And the brother that was talking about Huntsville, for any of y'all that like to watch, probably nobody watches reality TV, but anyway, that whole show on Huntsville, Alabama, that's full of industry, and I think there's a NASA facility, a big space thing there, and full of millionaires. So I'm just saying, we got to get away from the South is just dusty and backwards, and folks, like he was saying, once we get there, we'll see the changes, right? Like, to me, there's no reason why we shouldn't be controlling the politics in a place where we're the majority number of residents. How are these black towns that only have maybe 15% white population being, the whole government is run by white people, and they're only like 10 or 15% of that population? That makes no sense. So that's what we're coming to change. And also, I wanted to remind folks, we're trying to do this for the next census, right? We want to see some numbers for the next census. So, we're not talking about moving tomorrow, but definitely get your 5-year plan in place, right? And then I've heard some folks say, well, they'll just go and rent an apartment and have their residency there part-time. Maybe they're not ready to sell their house, or they'll rent their home wherever other state and then move south for a time of that census, or be a snowbird, right? And just go part year. I mean, people do that all the time, especially the white politicians. They'll move to a state just so they can run in that state, and rent an apartment there to live there for that time. So there's a lot of ways to look at it. But that was interesting to me. I'll end there. Thanks, fam.
Okay, thank you. Let me interject on that last point, because every state has different voting requirements and even candidacy requirements. And so if you rent a place in a state, make sure you check the residency requirements to actually be considered a resident in the state in order to vote. So in Delaware, from the research that Mr. Lloyd Kelly has done, much like the tax code, you have to be there for 6 months and a day. Essentially, you have to live in the state physically. So we just got to make sure we check that information. And same thing in Delaware with running for elected office. There are residency requirements in the state of Delaware, so that you have to actually live there on the state, county, and local level. On the federal level, there is no residency requirements. You just have to be a U.S. citizen, and that's in every state, because the federal election rules are different than state, county, and local. So I just wanted to add that in there. Go ahead, Mr. Lloyd Kelly.
Yeah, Miss Cooch, is it Cooch? Miss Cooch, is that how you say it?
Coops.
Yes, Coops. Cooper.
Okay, Miss Coops. You ask a very important question, and it goes to why I asked Black to do this particular topic. And the question you asked was, how is it that Black folks can be the majority of the population, 40-50% of the population, white folks 15%, and they're in all the policy making positions? Well, the answer to that question will be found in the Willie Lynch letter. And that's why it's so important that every Black person, however you identify, freedman, FBA, B1, Negro, whatever you identify, understand our condition starts in the words of the Willie Lynch letter. And I'm hoping that we can, before we start talking about it, we can actually read it so that everybody on the space starts to see things and say, wow, that makes sense to me. And I would simply also add that as we're going through it, when we start talking about it, and I don't want to offend anybody, but I'm going to say it anyway, is that we don't talk about other people. We talk about ourselves. So when you're looking at it, or when we're talking about it, or we're reading it, ask yourself, is that something you as an individual do yourself? because that's where the change to stop it is going to happen. I can tell you what my neighbor does in terms of keeping up our destroying our neighborhood, or I can talk about the garbage that I throw. I drive 2 blocks away and dump in the middle of the street. So when we're doing this, I want everybody to think about it in first person. Is that fair? And I hope, like, you're ready to start reading.
Yeah, self-assessment. We got one more hand up, and then after Daniel, I'll start reading.
Yeah, I just wanted to say one thing quick to the topic. I got the book sitting right here in front of me. And it basically says that, you know, from what I'm reading here, from what I'm seeing, it says that that to completely annihilate the mother tongue of both the new nigga, the new mule, and the institute a new language that involves the life's work of both. When it says that to me, what I hear from that is basically to manipulate you all, to get you all to believe that one thing is better than the other thing is to form it in the same way of something that you already heard before. And when you look at the Democrats, when you look at the Republicans, they both talking the same language, and they formed it around stuff that y'all have already talked about for years, no matter who did the research. If you look at a lot of the stuff they put out today, a lot of those new mouth, I call them new mouth politicians, that's coming out of the woodworks, that's repeating a lot of the things that y'all say for attention and for notoriety and stuff like that. A lot of that is jockey position to get you to believe that they changed and they really haven't. So when I, listen to a lot of the things that's being said, like what's said tonight, I just know that it's important for us all to galvanize the fact that we have to get in front of the government whichever way we can possible. By whatever numbers that we have, if we can frame it so that we have the advantage, we got to frame it that way. We got to knock the government on its ass, no matter who do it first, no matter what nationality or ethnicity within our ranks. I'm not talking about people outside our ranks because I already know what they're going to do. They're just going to mock and mimic what you say. But as far as us, Haitian, Jamaican, whatever, at the end of the day, if it knocked the government on his ass, let it knock it on his ass. We got to establish a system within us with our lineage. Let them play fight with each other all they want to. Because at the end of the day, we got to get our paperwork straight. We don't got time to be bickering and arguing with every other ethnicity about every single thing. That's a waste of time. That does no good whatsoever. So let them argue over their problems, and we gonna handle ours the way we handle ours best, and that's looking up the lineage. Now, listening to what everybody was saying about migration and businesses, I didn't know myself. Say what? Okay. I didn't know myself until I actually moved to Georgia that there's so many spaces and so many opportunities to open so many businesses. Instead of looking at it the other way around, like what our elder said about who's going to help us when we get there, look at the fact that there's so much space for you to open up whatever you want to. I've never seen so many empty plazas until I got to Georgia. I never seen so much vacant land, so many houses that could be what they call now flipping, but I call it basically renovation. That you could come down here and literally get a house for pennies on the dollar and flip it and turn it into something that's worth value. It's so much space down here. Don't let the TV news fool you and make you think that Georgia's all white, because it ain't. Don't let the TV news fool you and make you think that everything brought up and it's a metropolitan. No, it's not. That is one area of one section of Georgia. That is not the entire state. Trust me when I tell you, it's enough room for anybody and everybody to move. Now, this is just me speaking for Georgia. I lived in Florida all my life. I know there's nothing but room down there. Central Florida mainly will be the best spot for you if you're new to the state. But if you have experience in the state, then you know it don't get metropolitan until you get close to the border. The rest of the state is basically family, people that know each other, people that have been around each other all their lives. A lot of the family never left the state. Their entire generation, 2 or 3 generations, never left the state. So you won't have a problem with getting to know people, branching out and being around people. People forgot when y'all spoke earlier about how it was like, I think somebody said 1.5 million people migrating or something like that. The U.S., when it first started, it expanded. That's how you solve that problem. You take what people are already doing and expand upon it, just like they did when they got out of the 13 colonies and they started going across America. We got to go across America like that. So don't look at one specific state and say, well, if it's not that state, it won't work. Yes, it will. You can expand it across any state, because at the end of the day, we shape the culture. We form the culture. They get their money off the greed from our backs even now today. I've told people in spaces, I've told people on posts, I've told people on YouTube, everything is still running off the same system it ran off of 150 years ago with sharecropping. It's the same exact system. You work 12 hours, then you're working 12 hours now. You did long hours for massa with nothing to return then. Now you're doing long hours for massa and getting no income tax back. It's the same thing. They haven't changed one bit. They're still running the same game. They just call it something different. So don't let them fool you into thinking that things have changed or that we somehow can't make it. We made it then, we can make it now. Now, as far as us having a lot of coons and a lot of people that's backstabbing and things of that nature, you got to understand something. They only do that shit because they don't see that we have a structure in place. Our structure is underground at the moment, but once it surfaces, everybody gonna follow suit. So don't think you alone or don't nobody understand you or you've been trying so hard and ain't nobody listening. That's not it. A lot of people are looking for something that's powerful, but it has representation. And once they see that representation, they're gonna follow suit. As much as they say they don't want to see a leader or they don't want to see a structure or whatever, you got to remember what Fred Hampton said, that you cannot have anarchy and have a structure with that. Because in anarchy, if anybody know anything about gangs, that's what a gang is. It's an anarchy. Whoever is the top dog, once the dogs at the bottom get tired of eating from the top dog, they kill the top dog and they become the top dog. The Italian mob did the same thing. So you can't follow that as something for all of us to get behind and say, well, nobody's not going to listen to anybody and everybody's just going to run for the goalpost. Well, when the goalposts get moved, guess what's going to happen? Y'all going to fight each other to see who can get to the goalpost first. We don't want that. We want everybody to understand that we all can go through the damn goalpost together. We can all go down the same road at the same time and get the same thing. We just have to listen to each other. You got black tech companies that's down here that's, have opportunities for people that want to be involved in that. You got black farmers that you could be helping and getting fresh food from at the same time. It's all about choices. Everybody don't want to do the same thing. Certain people don't want to live in the city and certain people don't want to live in the country. So it depends on what you want to do when you get down here is where you're going to feel most comfortable at. And like I said, in the last 6 months of me taking a break, I just learned that it's bigger numbers if we all going towards the same thing. It don't make sense to chop your numbers up into small sections and small portions, and we all trying to fight the same beast. We might as well all put on the same uniform because they looking at us like that. They looking at us like, there's no other option other than to exterminate all y'all. They're pulling over celebrities. They're pulling over athletes. They're pulling over entertainers. They're pulling over the 9 to 5. They're pulling over people that's heads of departments. The other day, I just saw a video. They pulled over the head of internal affairs at the police station, and they didn't even know he was undercover. And he worked for you, and you pulled him over racially profiling and racially discriminating. So, we all got to just put that helmet on. We got to bite the bullet on this, and we can all separate all the petty differences later. But right now, the U.S. government got a debt to pay, and I just feel like we all should be charging towards that debt. That's it.
Okay, thank you so much for that. I'm gonna start reading this letter. It is probably gonna take 10 to 15 minutes. We'll stop, and then there is like a modern updated version within this PDF. I did put it up in a jumbotron, and I do kind of want to get to that one too, because it is written from the perspective of white America. And I'm gonna go through, like I said, I'm gonna use the word Negro in place of the N word, and do my best to censor out anything that looks disrespectful in any way. So let me get to the place where this thing starts up at. So it's Willie Lynch, The Untold Story, 1712. This speech was delivered by white slave owner William Lynch on the bank of the James River in 1712. Gentlemen, I greet you here on the banks of the James River in the year of our Lord 1712. First, I shall thank you, the gentlemen of the colony of Virginia, for bringing me here. I am here to help you solve some of your problems with slaves. Your invitation reached me on my modest plantation in the West Indies, where I have experimented with some of the newest and still the oldest methods for control of slaves. Ancient Rome would envy us if my program is implemented. As our boat sailed south on the James River, named for our illustrious king, whose version of the Bible we cherish, I saw enough to know your problem is not unique. While Rome used cords of woods and crosses for standing human bodies along its old highways in great numbers, you are here using the tree and rope on occasion. I caught the whiff of a dead black human being hanging from a tree a couple of miles back. You are not only losing valuable stocks by hangings, you are having uprisings. Slaves are running away. Your crops are sometimes left in the fields too long for maximum profit. You suffer occasional fires. Your animals are killed. Gentlemen, you know what problems are. I do not need to elaborate. I am not here to enumerate your problems. However, I am here to introduce you to a method of solving them. In my bag here, I have a foolproof method for controlling your black slaves. I guarantee every one of you that if it is installed correctly, it will control the slaves for at least 300 years. My method is simple. Any member of your family or your overseer can use it. I have outlined a number of differences among the slaves, and I take these differences and make them bigger. I use fear, distrust, and envy for control purposes. These methods have worked on my modest plantation in the West Indies, and it will work throughout the South. Take this simple list of differences and think about them. On the top of the list is age, but is there only because it starts with an A. The second is color or shade. There is intelligence, size, sex, size, plantations, status on plantation, attitude of owners, whether the slaves live in the valley, on the hill, east, west, north, south, have fine hair, coarse hair, or is tall or short. Now that you have a list of differences, I shall give you an outline of action. But before that, I assure you that the distrust is stronger than trust, and envy is stronger than adulation, respect, or admiration. The black slave, after receiving this indoctrination, shall carry on and will become self-refueling and self-generation for hundreds of years, maybe thousands. Don't forget, you must pitch the old black male versus the young black male, and the young black male against the old black male. You must use the dark-skinned slaves versus the light-skinned slaves, and the light-skinned slaves versus the dark-skinned slaves. You must use the female versus the male, and the male versus the female. You must also have your white servants and overseers distrust all blacks. But it is necessary your slaves trust and depend on us. They must love, respect, and trust only us. Gentlemen, these kits are keys to the control. Use them. Have your wives and children use them. Never miss an opportunity. If used intensively for 1 year, the slaves themselves will remain perpetually distrustful. Thank you, gentlemen. Okay, I'm gonna stop here. Yeah, I'm gonna stop here. Okay. Yep. Go for it.
Oh, I was just gonna say it's pretty clear, but here's the thing. He says we must get them to distrust each other. I use fear, distrust, and envy for control purposes. And if you think about some of the conversations that you've had with other people that are just in this context become silly. So I live in New Orleans. So I'm a transplant to New Orleans, and I moved here. And when folks started meeting me, they would say, "You must be from the 7th Ward." And I didn't even know what that meant. And I was like, "No." And they're like, "Oh, okay." Well, finally somebody told me that I must be from the 7th Ward because I can pass the paper bag test. So people that could pass the paper bag test came from the 7th Ward. And if you were darker skin, you couldn't live there for decades and decades and decades. How stupid is that? How many times have we had the discussions about, I don't even like to use the term because it's ridiculous, but how many times have we talked about good hair? And he tells you right here, long hair versus short hair. And what kills me is this document has been out there for years. And it tells us exactly how they have created the situation that we're in. And at the end of the day, they created it, but they use us to perpetuate it. Not them. So when we talk about white folks, they don't do anything because they taught us how to do it to ourselves 400 years ago. And we learned that lesson very, very well, and we continue to do it. And I'll land there for right now.
Okay, so that part of the Willie Lynch letter is very, very tame. Very tame. The next section is called "Let's Make a Slave."
No, yeah, appreciate that. We're gonna get to the hands. I don't know if it was "I'm Black and I Say So," or I'm sorry, the reparations perspective. Who would like to go first?
I would love to go.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you know what? You've had your hand up. You got it, bro.
Hey, in terms of the letter, I've been waiting for a space to come about this letter. And when you get further through the letter, it's going to describe us totally to the T. And not just to the T, it's our whole mentality and makeup of what we're going through with each other right now. But until people read and understand the letter, they just gonna hear about it, think it's an old Negro spiritual. No, it said it will last for 300 years or more. So if you do 1712 and add 300, that says 2012. So we are at 2022. So they designed this thing to function even if slavery was over. So no matter what position we were in, we would never be together or be as strong as we are supposed to be. So I'm waiting for you to get through this letter because I need a lot of intelligent minds, enlightened minds, and our leaders out here to make sure that this letter is very much a part of that whole method of getting through to people. Because this is where we at with it.
Okay, so from yes, you can go.
Oh, thank you so much. Good evening, family. I wanted to address, well, with respect to what you just read, like the brother just intimated, nothing's changed. Nothing is new under the sun. And I just, I see Dr. Claude Anderson's warnings to us just being implemented in a way that we are going to really be the permanent bottom cast if we don't break this spell that's on our people. It's really tragic that, all of what you just read is still very true to this day. I wanted to go back and address, I know that people are really wanting all of us to migrate back south, and I understand the reasons why, but I don't see anything different going on for those of us who have majority Black numbers in the South. I see a bunch of Black white supremacists they might as well be white, the way they govern. I think about Stacey Abrams, who, she's just said some denigrating, although very true. She just refuses to speak on our behalf. Raphael Warnock will not support reparations. And I've seen the efforts of the likes of Marcel Dixon and Tamara Johnson-Shealy just get totally railroaded by the money. You see, when you've been neutralized economically, then you don't have the money to pay for your politics. And they've got the money, ergo the power. And I don't know what moving south is going to do in terms of making things different when it comes to unemployment, underemployment, homelessness, because we don't have the money to pay for our politics. I've often shared in my space, if anyone's ever, I'm sure a couple people over here have seen my videos, but I've often shared that the egregious racial wealth gap has gotten more egregious since the pandemic. It's got even more egregious. When Barack Obama chose to bail out Wall Street and the banks and didn't put regulations nor audits on them to guarantee that they were lending money back to us specifically, over half of us lost the only wealth we really had to pass down to our children, which was our homes. And this pandemic is really seeking to wipe us completely off the monopoly board. And yet we sit up here and we don't neutralize, we don't weaponize the only thing we've got left, which is the vote. We won't understand that this is a two-party system, and third parties don't have a snowball's chance in hell. We can't even get our own reparationist candidates elected because they don't have the money to compete with a Clyburn or a Warnock. When the Democrats have decided you're it, then if you're not pushing on their agendas for abortion, which we know by and large affects us, because why? We're using abortion as a form of birth control by and large, and we're soothing ourselves with unprotected sex and all kind of other things because we understand that we have no social capital at these hiring tables. So, I mean, folks really need to get serious about the data instead of just saying, well, we're stronger in numbers, because it's clear we are not stronger in numbers. We have no control in the South where we are the majority. And that is going to continue to happen as long as we're neutralized economically and as long as we have no social capital at the hiring tables. We were the ones to re-elect. We put the Democrats in office. And I mean, I don't know how many times we need to bear witness to their intentional neglect of us. And yet we somehow, in the same way this Willie Lynch has brainwashed us to be at war with each other, these white folks have brainwashed us into believing that the Democrats are the lesser of two evil. And evil is evil. And so we're sitting up here encouraging people to stay home. I know I'm rambling. I'm about to land, okay? But we're sitting up here in some of these new black media spaces, basically telling our own people to suppress the very vote that the Democrats are doing so by immigration, flooding the country with immigrants, 200,000 a month, giving away our reparations and protections to them, and trust and believe the only type of immigrants they're bringing into this country are the ones who hate us as much as white folks hate us. And then the Republican clans, okay? They are gerrymandering and doing all manner of things to suppress the vote, and each of them are pointing fingers at the other, you know, as if this Voting Right Act is really about us, when it's really about giving illegals the right to vote. And as much as this government, who we put into the White House, our vote does that every election cycle. They got a whole trifecta. And yet we're still on the bottom as they give away the reparations and protections. And these ungrateful ass immigrants continue to push them for even more to our peril. And so if somebody could please share with me how all of us uprooting ourselves from where we are. You know, I'm in Long Beach, California. I live near the beach, and I have a very comfortable setup here. And while the South looks pretty, it's wrought with the same issues. I don't know where we can go and have political power. And like I said, the ones who are in power that look like us are doing the white folks' bidding. The ones that are in a position to hire us are coming up with every reason not to. It doesn't matter where you are in the country. And so if we don't weaponize this vote and socialize our suffering, meaning we're sitting up here waiting for the Democrats to give us tangibles. No tangibles, no vote, we declare. While suppressing our own vote and leaving the fate of our lineage in the hands of immigrants who seek to replace us and white folks who hate us. That's what you do when you stay home, unakin to what our ancestors did when the Republican clans refused to give them civil rights. They went to the Democrat Dixiecrats, who are the origins of the KKK, and got civil rights done for a spell. And then now, of course, everyone benefits from our civil rights and affirmative action, but we American freedmen. And so if we don't stop this nonsense of trying to push our people to stay home, to leave the fate of our line to immigrants who want to replace us and white folks who hate us, we're going to continue to perish. I mean, it's just going to continue to get worse when we sit up here and decide, oh, we're going to vote blue no matter who to our own people's peril. These executions have not stopped. I think they doubled down since George Floyd. They're even angrier now. And that's all we got left for a very, very small window. So I've been promoting for us, wherever we are in the country, to find the closed border candidates and give them your vote. Show up to these polls, do your research, and find out who wants to close these borders. This is my recommendation. This is what I'm going to do. Because we've got to neutralize our most imminent threat, which is immigration. And I'll end there. Thank you.
Hey, Miss, yes, young lady, can I ask you a question? Okay, you say you live in California, right? You seem to be doing very, decent in California. Black people are the fourth largest ethnic group in California behind the whites, the Mexicans, the Asians. And however, you don't feel that if you were living in a supermajority black state, that's, let's say, 65, 66, 70, 80% black, you don't think you can take advantage? I'm not saying for other people, I'm just saying you. You don't feel that you can take advantage of living in a supermajority black state?
I guess, yes, I'm here. I mute the call because sometimes there's feedback when the mic is hot, when the mic is open. It's not, I know that I can do well wherever I am because I have managed to do well for myself wherever I've been. Okay, I know that I can. My concern is not myself necessarily. My concern is the majority of us and how we're faring in majority black states. I don't see us winning politically in any of these majority black states. And without that politics, we're going to continue to suffer the highest rates of homelessness, unemployment, and underemployment, no matter how much of a majority we've got. And that is what's concerning to me. I'm not in this fight just for myself. And I'm on the vote more so than anything. I believe that voting blue, no matter who, is how we got to the bottom, as the anchor of this country's capitalism. So I wanted to share this statistic. You brought this back to mind. When you look at the hundreds of trillions of dollars egregious racial wealth gap, black folks collectively share $3 trillion. Of that $3 trillion, 10% share $2.93 trillion, and 90% share less than $700 billion since COVID. All the majority blacks in this country, the collective of us, about 14% are immigrant now, black immigrant, and 86% of us descend from U.S. chattel slavery. And so this is problematic on just an epic scale, that the majority of us whose ancestors built the wealth in this country that everyone eats from but us is sharing less than $700 billion, and folks are acting as if we're sitting up here frivolously spending money. So I can thrive wherever I go because I know how to do that. I'm talking about the majority of us, and that's not the majority of us. That might be the majority of us in this space, but that's not the majority of us, and I would still have challenges getting elected, because I'm outmoneyed, and the people I need to depend on for that money to run a solid race don't have it. I hope I answered your question.
Yes. Can I jump in here? Let me jump in here real quick. Ma'am? Okay, I hear you. We all know everything that you said is absolutely 100% correct. But here's the thing. When I used to work for Illinois Department of Human Services as a caseworker, my caseload was supposed to be 115, and it was well over 900. And the reason it was over 900 is because we were short-staffed, big-time short-staffed. So one day, I'm at my desk, and I'm listening to my coworker on a phone call to someone else in another office. And the person on the other end had called over to say, I'm thinking of transferring into your office. And the person that was working for in our office said, girl, no, don't do that. It's crazy over here. Don't do that. So here's the thing. My caseload is supposed to be 115. It's over 900. And you're telling people don't transfer here. And I create that analogy because I want you to understand. In your everything that you said really emphasized what we can't do. The whole point of reading the Willie Lynch letter is to understand where that attitude comes from, recognize that attitude, and change that attitude. Because the truth is, you're right. We don't have the money Marcel Dixon did not have the money to run a great campaign against Jim Clyburn, but had our community had the mindset, the collective mindset is All I need to know is who I'm voting for, who I'm supposed to vote for, and then I will be at the polls. We wouldn't have had to run one commercial. Problem you are telling everybody we can't win because we don't have the money. Well, I say then we educate our folks to understand when we put up a candidate, then you go out and you vote for them. Because we don't have the money to put up pretty commercials. But what will happen is by electing that person, we will get the power to begin bringing resources back to the community. So I'm going to ask everybody to think about the mindset when you're saying what white people do. You're just reiterating that they are supreme over us, and they're not.
Oh, can I get in?
Let me know when I can respond.
I'm about to land. We let them control us.
Let me know
That's the whole point of the letter. I'm gonna land. Go ahead.
Let me jump in. Can I jump in? I had my hands raised. This is Black. This is Malcolm X. Little sis. Can I say something really quick?
Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you so much, Black Majority, for that. For the reading. We can disagree to agree, but as it relates to voting, how many years have Black Americans been? How many years have we been voting? I'm trying to understand because I don't vote anymore, and I'm okay with that. My ancestors are okay with that. Trayvon Martin was killed while we had a supposedly Black president in office. Mm. So I really struggle when people say that we need to vote. Who do we vote for? Mm. I think the biggest problem
is
the Willie Lynch indoctrination. I think that is the problem. That's where if we can turn that around, I think Black people will be okay. But I really don't think, and I have no problem. I stand tall on the hill when I say I don't vote. Voting for the less of the two evil, like somebody said, what is that? Both of them are evil. Yes. They both do the same harm to Black people. So I really struggle when people say we should stop telling people to sit on their votes. How many years have we been voting? My whole family votes Democrat, and I just be appalled. And it's like we dance to the polls, we do all of these ridiculous. I don't know what people be doing at the for these votes, but I'm just so bewildered. I'm so irritated when people say we need to vote. Who do we vote for? I really struggle with that, and I have no problem with. And I get irritated when people say, "Well, our ancestors died for us to vote." I disagree with that. I totally disagree with that. I just see I don't see that as a solution to our problem, because again, we've been voting for so many years, and where has it gotten us? Really, where has it gotten us? It seems like things have gotten worse for us instead of better.
Hey, Miss Malcolm.
If I can respond.
Yeah, but hold on. But we're gonna agree to disagree, because again, I don't vote. I encourage my family not to vote. Vote for what? What are we voting for? To keep our people in privates, to keep prison, to keep our Black men and women in prisons, to keep our people living on the street homeless. What? I really struggle with when people say vote. Who are we voting for? I'd be so hurt when I see Black people, my people. And yes, I am okay in life. My family's okay in life, but until all of us are okay, I'm not okay. And if we all had that same mentality of trying to uplift one another, and I think we'll be better. But we got some work to do. For as when you read the Willie Lynch, I really appreciate that. I know that I have heard it. I have heard about it. I have not read it in depth like you were reading it. But I really struggle when I hear Black people say go to the poll. We've been going to the poll for how many years? Somebody quote me. How many years have we been going to the poll? And what have we gotten
Miss Malcolm,
to the poll?
Yeah, you know, I really agree with a lot of what you're saying. I appreciate your perspective. I think some people want to respond to what you're saying. So if we could just get to the hands real quick, if that's okay.
Yeah, before we go there, I just want to circle back to the reparationists. We have high population states with 40%. I think that someone talked about Mississippi being 40% black, but we do not currently have a black majority in any of these states. And that is the reason why we suffer, because we don't have enough of our population to elect the people that will design legislation for us within the state. So we're trying to shift ourselves to the position where we do have the numbers so that we can elect a black governor that's going to write legislation to protect, prosper, and empower our population. The problem with our existence, other than during Reconstruction, is that we have not had these majorities, and they intentionally pushed us out of the states where we did have majorities, and we were very close to having majorities. And so that is the power and the reason, along with the national, we got all these districts across the country, 50 plus districts. I respect that, understand that, but the reason that we want specific states is so that we can take control over the governance of those states. I'll give you a second to respond. We'll go to Miss Phoenix, I believe Miss Giselle, Daniel, Miss Rella, and then Miss Tammy, and we have Odio after that. We didn't read the entire letter. The next part is very demonic, to be very, very clear, and there must be a warning held out about the information that comes after that. It's very brutal. It's very traumatic. It's traumatizing. And just to reiterate, the letter was determined not to be a real letter. However, as I stated earlier, we know that these tactics were employed and that our people did suffer under these tactics. So the reparationist.
Can I thank you so much? I do want to respond if I can, please, because I heard a lot. I'm not discouraging people from moving south. I specifically asked for how are we going to be empowered politically because of a two-party system, and especially given that the Democrats, as I affectionately call them, they pretty much have the money to suppress the vote, which is what I do believe they did in Marcel Dixon's case. That's because they're protecting their big money interests. You know, I was on a live with Marcel in the room, and some folks were sharing, I think it was Black News Toter, was sharing about how an article released where they're truly protecting the interest of James Clyburn having done some form of more reparations for Catawba Indians who once owned us, and that there's money being exchanged. There's this big money in this lobbying system, and they're paying for their politics. And so when it doesn't matter, as far as I'm concerned, if we move there and have a majority, when we don't have when we cannot outmoney the Democrats, they're going to fix these races akin to the way they did both primaries when Bernie Sanders was running. And I believe he was complicit in that so that they could corral the people to the polls the way they did both election cycles. So that was what I was stating. Nobody has shared with me how we're going to get people elected no matter our numbers in the South. Next, to address the young lady who was talking about why should we go to the polls and vote? Well, we've been voting incorrectly. We've been voting blue no matter damn who to our own people's peril. I'm not talking about continuing to show to the polls and continue to get trifectas that neglect to give us proper George Floyd justice and policing acts in qualified immunity and our reparations. I'm not talking about continuing to do that. What I'm saying is because the Democrats, if you can mute the mic, that would be great. I hear a lot of background noise. What I'm talking.
Yeah, I think Lloyd, if you could mute your mic.
Oh, that's not me. That's not me. But I'll mute my mic.
Okay, real quick. Thank you. It's muted. Real quick. The Democrats will overpromise and never deliver on any tangibles. And the Republicans don't owe us any tangibles because we're not their loyal voter base. I'm not suggesting we go to the polls to continue to do what we have done to our own people's peril, which is what it's shaping up to be under the Democrats. What I am saying is to weaponize that vote, meaning to neutralize our most imminent threat, because as long as we continue to show the Democrats that we're willing to show up and waste a vote on that party, they will never do a thing for us because they know we're going to sheepwalk to the polls to elect them, even though their intentional neglect is on 20s right now. It's on thousands right now. So what I was recommending we as freedmen do collectively is to move as a block, because when we stay home, that also contributes to us not being able to get up off the bottom. We leave the fate of our lineage in the hands of these immigrants and whites, who, like I said, the Democrats are famous for only importing large numbers of immigrants who hate and despise us. And so what I determined was that we need to close these borders. Party be damned. And that means to go out here and vote for those candidates that are interested in closing the borders so that we can at least get our head above water. And to me, we can agree to disagree in love and peace. To me, when we stay home, when we vote third party, we leave the fate of our lineage to chance. And I'm not willing to do that.
Who are those people? Every time a Black person gets in office, they sell out. So I'm trying to figure out.
I didn't say Black people.
I want to come in and jump in my part.
So in these spaces, we like to just make sure that, we allow people to land their plane before we interrupt. We want to raise hands. There's a lot of people with their hands up right now. And they want to actually participate in this conversation. I think Malcolm X, little sis, I think you had the room for just a little bit, and then I'd like for reparationists to respond, and then we're gonna get to the hands at that point. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. I can land, sir. I really appreciate your grace in allowing me to share. Thank you.
Yeah, let me say I agree with what you're saying wholeheartedly. The way that it looks in Delaware, for instance, we're talking about different mechanisms in order to either endorse candidates. We've talked about establishing a political party. But in terms of this migration movement, the people that are moving into the state or moving politically, their goal is a political goal. And so because we are moving and migrating politically with a purpose, and that purpose is to run our candidates when we know we have the votes to win. And we are running under Black agenda. So it's very different than us, like whatever has happened in the past is very different than the current situation. It's much different than what happened in South Carolina in the 6th district. We understand all of that. We really, really, really have a firm grasp on the way these elections have gone. And so we are saying we are going to run candidates under a Black agenda who understand exactly what our people need. And we're going to start in towns because this is an incremental process that'll probably take 2 election cycles to produce. But we're going to start in towns, take over towns, eventually take over the county, repeat that process in the second county, and at that point, because Delaware only has 3 counties, we will control the entire state. This is a prototypical state. And then as we perfect what we do, there's going to be learning curves and mistakes and whatever the case may be. We want to take that same information, that model, and apply it to another state. So in South Carolina's district, for instance, we would want to move in 50,000 voters that are going to vote for the candidate that we endorse, that we have worked with. Preferably that will be Marcel Dixon in the 6th district. But we want to move the voters into his district so that they are going to vote for him. And that way it neutralizes Democrat money, Republican money, whatever. This is how we must operate. So we're gonna do the hands, and then we'll circle back to the reparationist. I believe the order was Miss Phoenix, Miss Giselle, Miss Tammy, Miss Rella, Daniel, and then Odio, and then the GOAT.
Thank you. Peace and reparations. Love to the room. Many blessings, everybody. Thank you for having this space. And I won't be long because I know, there's people waiting. But I just wanted to speak to the plan and how it's a solid plan. And I feel you said it's going to take about a couple of election cycles.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to add that, in certain parts of the country, we're in crisis mode. So I want to be able to think in terms of the Great Migration, but also thinking in terms of what we have to deal with right now and what we're facing. So yes, we need to be running our candidate as soon as possible during and before the Great Migration, right? So we were speaking about a certain state the other day that only needs 85% of the Black vote, which is what they got last time, and then 15 to 20% of an independent vote, which is totally doable in certain states. So then we take a Senate seat there. And just kind of approach it that way. And then I want to just build on as well about the benefit of voting. Like, I just think that sometimes when we're saying, like when we're having the conversation, we need to add the caveat of state elections and federal elections.
Mm-hmm.
We have to vote for our state position, of course, because that's where the money and the resources come to serve our community. That's where we get railroaded and thrown in jail and mass incarceration. That's where you can protect the lives of your family through your different districts, counties, cities, and states. When people have the no vote conversation, it's not fair to not fully educate people on the importance of voting. That's what we have right now. So you have to use your power. You're not sitting it out and there's money on the table for your district and for your city and for, resources to go to you and your families and friends. You don't sit that out. You get your money. You get your money. And you get your money from your state. So in the federal elections, okay, I guess, but it's still money on the table. And that's why we need our senators, right? So we spoke about the centrists, really built on that the other night. And I think some of the people that were in the room are here now. And it makes a lot and lots of sense. So we can exist in so many spaces and places at the same time. We have our long-term goals and we have our short-term goals. So we have to, there's no either or, there's no right or wrong. It's long-term, short-term. Get the money that's here now and get some repair that's here now. And I'm sorry, I'm in the grocery store, you guys. So I love you. Thank you so much. And thank you, Reparationists. And thank you, and Centers. Everybody, I love y'all. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you so much. I forgot who's next. I think it's Miss Rella, based on the faces that I'm seeing. Miss Rella next.
No, I think it was Tammy and then Giselle, if she's not here. And Danielle.
Hey y'all, it's Tammy. I'm in Tennessee. Can y'all hear me okay?
Yes.
Is that loud enough?
Absolutely.
So I found a couple things because I was born, raised, and educated in the state of Tennessee. Okay. And what I found is we won't even run for school board. We won't even run for a council person. Those local elections mean a lot, right? So right now I'm struggling with, I'm a mental health psychotherapist. And I found out through federal, and I still struggle with how to get, the funding notes that I need to get. Well, I know that NAMI, National Mental Health, is getting trillion dollars, no holds barred. And I have a problem with that. What are y'all gonna do? $1.7 trillion. So I had to mobilize down here. We're doing a big suicide. Y'all, if we won't even, I am doing suicide money too, because they put $53 billion into what? Suicide funding. Sometimes you go where the money is, even though that's fine. So in East Knoxville, where I was born and raised, and I'm so happy, we're putting on a suicide event. And my brother, who the cops used to arrest, me and him planning a suicide event because his brother shot himself in the head, and my sister died by. So that's what you get involved with. It's the federal dollars are coming to the states, honey, and we got to Barbara, Mashburn, Haggerty, and Lee. I'm tired of y'all. And these are things I've already said. We got to open our mouths and get in line, and we got to get with an issue. And that's the issue. I'm going to get this money over here for suicide, and I'm also going to get this money over here, right, for NAMI. And then found out, do you know how much money they put in for Black people research? Do you know how much money over the years Health and Human Services has put into Black people research since the Tuskegee experiment? Not a dime.
Tammy, I know you're telling the truth. I was going to say it's close to like 4 cents.
Not a dime. And guess what? We pushed the narrative. We ain't got no damn stigma. And so those are, some of the things that I'm doing. I'm going to roll to the city. I don't care if half of them go up there and buy a $500 million stadium. You go on, dummy. I'm going to get over here so we can at least get some funding. And from that, what we just found out, who was talking? We can all work together on that, because that's a whole country. Do you hear me? For 40 years, you go find me a longitudinal study that has been done on Black people that we ain't pushed called stigma. So I'll be willing to help anybody. But we got to start small and stay on it. And, let's all get together. I'm going to be so proud of my brother for not bailing him out of jail. And we're going to be doing suicide prevention. And we can bring it to every state. That's federal money to every state. But the thing is, once you get it in the pockets, because I got interested in it, because I want these federal dollars earmarked for what they say they are. Mayor, because they spend it how they want to spend it. Not this, but I'm signing up for audit and all of that. Get to know your state. So I'm proud of Tennessee, even though I hate living here. But we're going to be fine on both of those, and all of that federal dollars. So if you need some help, kind of locating it, whatever, just going for the first time speaking and saying, I have lived here for 25 years in this field, and I am not familiar with none of these people. Who are y'all people coming in Tennessee trying to take my damn funding? Okay? So that has worked successfully with me. And my people didn't vote so I could vote. My people died to give me the right to do either or move. They gave me the right. And I've gotten a lot more voiceful. And even if we have to, work together, But did y'all see the act? And I'm going to wrap it up because I put my earrings on and I'm going out. But did y'all hear the ads that came up that they was all yelling for and Biden? Go look what dollars your state getting and stand right down there. Okay? Because your state and Democrats say, hey, y'all, start on your street. Get to know the people on your street. Because black people can have the whole world, but we ain't got the dollars. They still got the power. The WillieLynchLetter ain't better. Let's just start right there. I'm not a politician, but I'm a damn advocate. And I done cuss Mashburn, Hagley. I done cuss all of them out. And they done cuss me out. I don't give a damn. Just when we talk about short-term disability, which is a federal problem, y'all, I say Congress go do y'all job. Send them and do their job. Because you gonna run into, if I'm running into short-term disability problems and Sedgwick is taking all the money, you gonna do it either now or you already did it, and then I'm mobilizing that shit. If it's just me, okay, Ida B. Wells, I'll stand by myself, and that's what I've been doing. So.
Thank you so much. I want to highlight the fact that Miss Tammy said the federal government gives that money to the state. Get to know your state. And what we discuss is having that authority within our own hands so that she doesn't have to compete with these other people.
Can I say one thing too about that? The state don't work for, wait, hold this, because I figured this out yesterday. I'm a licensed psychotherapist, and there is TennCare, Medicaid, and there is Samsung, wherever it is. They don't work for us. They work for me. I'm going to tell you where those dollars are going. You ain't going to tell me where the dollars going. Right? So let me tell you something, TennCare, man. What's going, y'all, depending on what state you're in, and if you in Mississippi, Georgia, and Louisiana, file a damn crisis or whatever class action should have been the Department of Justice. Because they knew y'all was going to get a raw deal. And they done let y'all take a raw deal every damn year. Sue their ass. Okay, I'm gone.
Okay, thank you so much.
Can I go now?
Yes, Miss Rella. And then after Miss Rella, let's go with Alexis and then Daniel.
Hey everybody! Shout out to the hosts in the room, and definitely respect and love. So I'm gonna say this. Shout out to the Reparations Perspective. If you guys are not following her, she is also on YouTube, and she has a lot of great information. Please make sure you're following the Black Majority State on YouTube as well. The thing for me is people use the comments of, my ancestors died for the right for me to vote. They actually were murdered. They actually were murdered for trying to participate as citizens who are under the 14th and 15th and 13th Amendment have the right to vote. And so I think the reason why the WillieLynchLetter and the way it was written and actually passed around through generations to form this indoctrination that we're actually seeing, even though the letter is fictional, I think we are still moving in a space where we get to a point where we get so beat up because we are tired. And I'm not taking that away from anyone because believe me, we all understand our ancestors were so tired. As a matter of fact, I think honestly they had more grit and gumption than sometimes we prove today because they survived to just be lynched, murdered, and then tried to hold on to land that was still stolen from them. Why? Because the people like Ida B. Wells, Fannie Hamer. Remember, these are women. Frederick Douglass, George Washington Carver, Booker T. Washington. These are people, men and women, who lived in different eras of time, right? But at the same time, they face the same issue of trying to teach a masses of us to work in strategy. And the strategy changed
as the decades went on and the new face of the devil showed up with something new, right? So now we have to really look at how can we incorporate with everything that we learn, everything that we have, everything that everyone's talked about, even for the people who do not decide to not vote, like Malcolm X down below. Now we have to come back around the gauntlet and say, okay, the strategy has to be something different. It has to be in a way where we are now understanding the manipulative tactics, the Jedi mind tricks, as well as the misinformation, and why we have been indoctrinated to the point where we freeze and don't move. Chucks and pearls is one of those. Saying that, you know, and I heard the reparations perspective, and that, you know, having an all Black majority state without the caveat saying, hey, she literally said, it's not that having a Black majority state is wrong. It's the mindset of what are we going to be doing now in this go round with the new narrative. And that is, we have to teach the ones like Miss Malcolm X to say, okay, well, I don't want to vote. And she said, I teach my family not to vote. But what if I told you that you can actually teach your family why it is they need to be voting for something so that you don't have to be in a position to not vote? That is a different discussion than saying, hey, I'm tired of voting. I don't want to vote no more. Why should we keep voting? Why do we need to go and just stress and da-da-da-da, when we realize that our ancestors were literally murdered. Murdered, not killed. They were murdered. When you start using different... Smart. I'm sorry. They were very smart. Yes, yes. If they read one of them videos, the documentaries. But they passed that on to us. They passed those genes and that same gumption on to us, and it's time for us to really dig out of our asses. Dig it out your ass. Let's go. Black. Dig out your ass and stop trying to be the lazy citizen. I watch 2 documentaries every night about what happened back then. Plus, y'all don't, you know, that is the not. Wait, Miss Tammy, look, wait. So all I'm saying is that we gotta get to the point where now we are having the patience to have these discussions like we are with our communities, and actually breaking down the statistics of where the money is, like Miss Tammy just mentioned, and psychologically how it's all impacting everyone, with actually being in a position where they cannot give the right candidates that we are supporting, like a Marcel Dixon, like a William Somerville, like Tamara Johnson Shealy. Like, these are the people that we had backed because they had at least their agendas directed towards reparations. And those could have been candidates on our behalf, 3, 1 in the Senate, 2 in Congress. Now we have to go back to the drawing board in each state and figure out what do we have to do to get people in these positions in the local, state level government before we can tackle federal. And federal is what we need. Right? Because the states take their direction from the federal government. And so if we can't get people in the House or the Senate, right? Because you can't keep talking this talk about not voting, and you're not bringing up what is the statistics and the local data in your community, the structural system in your communities that keep people from not voting. And if you're just going to say the police, that's not enough. Because if your ass ain't on the committee boards that keep hiring the chiefs and keep bringing in those employees, and ask why is it that white communities are used to bring cops into the Black communities to profile the Black communities, but they're not taking Black cops into the white communities. See, we really got to start breaking down a lot of this information, putting the numbers together, the money together, so that we can formally say, in a Black majority state, we wouldn't have an issue with a white community being there, because they wouldn't be able to come and work in our states, because we would have laws against that. We'd have people on committees making sure That shit didn't happen. And if a cop who decided to live in our community wanted to be on some racist behavior,
in black majority cities, they have nothing but white, but electing white mayors.
Right, but that's a reason. There's a reason behind that, right? And we have to.
It's
okay. Stop.
I just wanted to, I just wanted to interject real quick in response to what, Rella was saying about, creating laws to be able to, prevent certain people from participating in, society, I guess, within the state. We don't have to do that, right? We don't have to do that because, when we're the majority of the state, it's essentially everything is going to fall to the majority. That's what democracy is. Democracy is the, majority rules. And so we don't have to do that. And in fact, many of them are going to want to leave the state, white flight. They're not, when we become black majority states, many of them are not going to want to be around us. They're going to leave. And so that just puts us in a stronger position. I'll go ahead, Rel. I'll let you respond.
Okay, so then I'll land. So I'll say this. White flight is real, but also white migration is also real. And what we're also noticing is that DC is actually paying the piper for that. When Marion passed away, when they ran Marion Barry off, after he was caught with the drug situation, even though Marion Barry's track record on top of it outweighs the situation he had with drugs. He still left a legacy of one of the richest communities in Maryland, in DC. And the problem now is that white migration or European American migration happens because there are no laws that actually block gentrification. And with that being said, having a majority state will not stop a remigration of someone coming back into the state committing crimes on the levels of zoning, using zoning, and other committee civic industries that help run counties. And so I think that I understand what you're saying, state power, but I would debate that detail wise, there would have to be some laws to prevent gentrification in a black majority state. And that is my example. And so I will land my plane there. I did have something else to say, but my train is derailed. So I will say this conversation is so amazing, and I'm so glad to be here, and shout out to everyone in the room. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. I want to add to the voter, non-voter, because we had a space last week. So the Freedom Party has a lot of really detailed information, great information, a good source. He has this pie chart which shows, I want to get the number right, nearly 30%, 36% of our population that is of age to vote is unregistered. 36%, 10 million of us. And you could hear the apathy in the Miss Malcolm X's voice. Malcolm X's little daughter, I believe was her name. The frustration. And so I believe, and I've stated this, and I'm going to stick to this, we have to give them something to vote for. These are the people, to be perfectly honest, it's going to be easier to convince the people who feel like there's nothing to vote for us than it is going to be to convert these vote blue no matter who people over to voting for what we are presenting to our population. So we can get a couple of those people. Great, awesome. But I really believe it's these people who feel there's nothing to vote for that are the ones that are looking for something to vote for. And I'll end with that. Up next is Miss Alexis, Daniel, then the reparationist, and then we'll get the GOAT, and then the centrist, and then Lloyd Kelly. Oh, I'm sorry. Let's throw Odio in there after the GOAT.
Hey, Gray. Hello. Black American Home State, Black State Back Party, everyone, Rella, Lloyd, the Refrationist, Miss Phoenix, everyone. If I didn't call your name, please excuse it. And, you know, we do at funerals. Charge it to my mind and not to my heart, whatever. But I spent a time on it, like in that space that there was before, right? And I talked about my legacy, my heritage from being a freedman. And there was someone that I was like, call me real quick. And after the space ended, this person called me, and everything I said that supported a Black majority state, they tried to, guess what? Contradict. And I'm like, okay, say it if you want to. It's going to be too hard. It's going to be all this. It's actually not too hard. When the plan is released, when they say, hey, these are the people we need to move here, it can all be done very, very quickly. It's just a matter of our messaging. And I hate that there's some discord between this, because to me, it's really this simple. And I'm done.
Well, that's why I personally have really, when I've done the research in the past, and I've told this to Mr. Lloyd Kelly, in every movement, it doesn't matter what it is, Black Panther Party, whatever organization you look at, it is a small percentage of the population that are and I think Black American Homeland talked about this. He has a bell curve chart. The initial adopters, the action.
Okay, so Gray, may I offer this perspective really quickly, okay?
Yep.
300,000 may be a number that's too hard for people to understand. Not because people are stupid, it's just human nature. There's too many damn choices. If we said something like, we just need you, remote worker, to move here, would that be more successful? I'm just curious.
Well, I also broke it down to the cities. So, you know, the city of Smyrna has about 15,000 people.
See, Gray, I know that you do all that because you do.
Yeah.
And I'm just trying to figure out why this message does not resonate with people when it's laid out that clearly. And
Alexis, her marketing strategy is good. I just have to jump in and say that you should build on that, remote worker, you know, so then everyone's not confused about what am I going to do when I get there? You know, start marketing it that way. I think it'll be very successful, especially for like Delaware. I'm sorry, I'm done.
No, Miss Phoenix, I'm sorry. Like, that's part of my background. I went to medical school, but I ended up in corporate America and never should have done any of that.
Let me say this. I've been advocating online for 4 years. I've heard more no's than yeses. The yeses are, as Black American Homeland talked about, are absolutely growing exponentially at this point. So I don't concern myself with anybody who's a naysayer, anybody who puts up a wall or has opposition. Fine. I accept the fact that there are going to be people who are never going to want to participate in this strategy. That is fine. I don't want to convert people. We are essentially looking for the needles in the haystack. And that is the mission. Find those people who are sick and tired of being sick and tired and are ready to do something about it.
So
right, but you can't come into the discussion. Hold on. You can't come into the discussion negatively, and you have not provided a brick to lay down strategy. There's difference. Because at the end of the day, you can't say it didn't work when literally that's how we started. When the emancipated freedmen came about, we were grouped all into one location that was in the South. They didn't say go move west. Most people actually had to were fleeing to further south and north.
There were people that we had to stay exactly where they were.
Yes, and had to stay exactly where they were and forced to, right? But the biggest thing that people don't that we don't hear them talking about how educated they actually started moving. They made sure they were reading. They made sure they got each other up to speed prior to the colonists coming in saying, "Hey, well, you don't want to have uneducated freedmen, right?" Like that was just again another narrative to say, "Oh, well, we needed some white folks to come in and teach these animals, like they like to call us, how to read, walk, and write," and that's solely not true. Which is why you had so many a point of so many lynchings actually happening in the in a lot of the like 1863. When you read that year, what happened in 1863 to 1865 was, I mean, horrendous. But at the end of the day, it takes me back to, we have to have the grace to also be willing to hear the naysayers, but to also bring them in and challenge them too. It is my duty as much as it is yours who don't believe that something must be done. And if you think that just saying home is the answer, well, good luck, because once you walk into that street, it's open season. Okay, I land.
Okay, we got Daniel next, I believe, and then I believe it's Lloyd Kelly, Adi Odio. Oh, I'm sorry, the centrist, Adi Noi, and the GOAT. No, I keep flipping those around, but
yeah, I just say respect to the reparationist perspective. I've been a fan of the show for a minute, so I've been seeing everything that's been going on, and
oh man,
I just want to say that I told everybody prioritize, organize, strategize, and network. Them the 4 things that's gonna build the pillars to whatever we're trying to do. It don't matter what level it's on, whether it's on the streets, whether it's in the polls, or whether it's in the offices, wherever it's at, whatever you're doing, those are the 4 things that you're gonna need for it to work. Now, as far as what the other sister was saying about not voting, that's coming from the mindset of somebody who, probably went through it in a different way. But you still could be accepted into the pack as long as you're looking at it from the disadvantages that we have right now. Doing nothing and being obsolete is a big time disadvantage because everybody is looking at y'all. Everybody studying what y'all doing. Everybody taking note of what y'all saying. Nobody is not sitting back being stagnant in their communities and saying, well, we're not going to do anything at all. Everybody is collecting money, getting, as the other sister said, getting different advantages from the state when those checks start rolling out. So those local governments is real important. Y'all got to make sure y'all tackle them first before y'all do anything else. And I understand the federal part because I've studied both. I've seen both in action, but I also understand that that local part is more important at the moment. Because you all networking, talking to each other, strategizing with each other, prioritizing each other, and making it a daily habit is what's going to feed all of the strategy that you all have first. The migration is just, I'll say the migration to me, I feel like is basically us saying that the numbers exist. Everybody else is going to lie and say we don't have the numbers. They already lying about the population. They already lying about the percentages that we have when we do vote. They already lying about the gerrymandering that they're doing, blocking us from doing the voting in the first place. So we have to make sure the numbers straight. Delineation is good. Make sure that we have accurate numbers and the database is good. We have to do all these things, but you can attack them from all 4 sides. Don't look at it as if voting is the only way, because you don't have to vote to get the reparations. Reparations is basically a debt that's owed anyway. So regardless of what we try to vote towards locally to get the money up for us to be able to start this thing, that's still going to be a priority anyway. So we're going to end up getting to that regardless of what they do, regardless of how many people they bring in immigration-wise or not, regardless of what happened, that's still a priority. That's still a debt that's due. But you can still work locally. You know what I'm saying? You can still build your numbers up and get your funds up. Like, for instance, in the community where I'm at, it's 300 units in the apartment complex that I'm in now. there's nothing stopping those, I'll say, 1,500 people altogether from taking one paycheck of $500 to $700 to $1,000 to $1,200 to $1,500 and putting all of that together to make sure everybody in the community got transportation. That's basic. It don't take that much. The most it would take is like maybe $2 million for, $1.2 million for everybody in the community to get transportation. But if you put all those numbers together, you'll get more than 1.2. So you can't say that that's not a possibility without going to the government, because it is. It's a possibility without going to them. You just have to make sure that your numbers is accurate enough to do it. There's a big space and a big demand for people to really accept the fact of what you're doing on all levels. But you have to welcome them in. You have to bring them in. You have to show them that, hey, if they choose to go the street way, we got that covered. If they choose to go the political way, we got that covered. But we all got to talk to each other and network for that to happen. And another reason why I believe that it's good for the South to get the numbers up, because we got to get our numbers up. The birth rate got to increase for Black American people. Got to have more babies with Black American people, just like the Asians do. They come over here, have their babies, drop them off, and then they go back to where they came from and have their babies growing up with, relatives that are already American citizens. It's a lot of shit that go on behind the scenes that people don't talk about on the forefront. A lot of those anchor babies, they people been here undocumented for decades, and nobody ain't said nothing. They done had protests and marches all on the Capitol steps of different states and all in D.C. talking about how they happy that they undocumented. They happy they got a college education and been living off the system for the last couple of decades, and they ain't going nowhere, even if they find out that they was undocumented the whole time and they don't got no ID and no access legally to wealth, but they still got it anyway. They ain't going nowhere. So it's a lot of shit going on behind the scenes, and people got to realize that we got to get numbers up too. So we gonna need all. We gonna need the streets. We gonna need politics. We gonna need people that's serious, and we gonna need people to keep their word. So it's I said all that to say that it's possible. Just make sure that you stick to what you say and believe what you say wholeheartedly, because they gonna stick to what they say, regardless of how anybody see it. That's it.
Thank you. Let me squeeze the reparationist perspective in here.
Oh, thank you guys for all the love. Y'all know I love y'all Black and Strong. I'm going to jump around and do know that when you start to read the more traumatic segment of this letter, I'm going to have to roll out. I've got to protect my mental on this thing, which is very, very fragile. You guys know doing this work is it's traumatizing, to wake up every day, American freedmen in this country, put you in a constant state of rage. So forgive me in advance, but I'm going to bow out gracefully from hearing the rest of the tormenting letter. I want to let you guys know also that I'm being shadow banned and shut down from YouTube. They've given me a strike talking about medical misinformation during the pandemic, over a year ago. They're really, really on a fishing expedition to silence my voice. So for those of you who are subscribed, you won't be receiving my notifications over there, but I'm still live on Facebook and here in Twitter through the StreamYard. And I'm going to get with DJ Segwan to try to figure out a workaround, maybe open up a Twitter space and stream it to my viewers in Facebook and Twitter, but or find another way around that YouTube piece, because we're approaching 1,000 subs. And I'm very grateful to each and every one of you that subscribes and likes and shares my videos. I have about 300 over there to date. I definitely, feel very sentimental towards your efforts to move us all back south. I did hear a couple of things that I want to address. I, don't mean to play the devil's advocate, but I do want these things to be thoroughly thought out. And I would love for you to inbox me in Twitter as to, where you guys are seeking for us to relocate to. It's definitely something I've contemplated. I was thinking more of Maryland and North Carolina, but my daughter got a track scholarship to a Division I university here in Southern California. So please inbox me that. But I am concerned because I heard a number thrown around about 50,000. I heard another number, 300,000. And what I'm trying to ask is, where do you get those numbers? Like, I don't even think we have 50,000 people supporting reparationist candidates. Okay. And my second concern, let me finish, and you can definitely address it because I'm about to land. But I'm concerned about this number and us, I want us to really have a solid plan for how we intend to do this, because I don't believe we have those kind of numbers that are in a position financially to relocate south. Folks are barely hanging on here. We've gone from 17 to 3%. Yes, when you add in we're around 2 million in the state of California, 600,000 Black immigrants who are beating the brakes off of us economically. And that's by design, okay? So now that we've worked in this state to get the data disaggregated so that we can show the mirror back to the Democrats who are in control of the state as to their intentional neglect of our people, prayerfully, that will change the numbers. We don't know how soon that's going to happen, and we are out of time. This is why I've been stressing about weaponizing the vote. Let me get back to that, stick a pin in that. So my question is, where are these numbers coming from when we don't even have critical mass within this whole reparations movement? How are we going to get the word? We don't have 50,000 people that are in support of it. And furthermore, they're not the ones in these spaces. Usually we're just kind of talking to each other. Those of us that are already on board, we may get a couple of people coming in to hear it new for the first time. But I'm concerned about us doing a lot of ideating about this and not planning and not strategizing and not marketing to the masses to get the numbers that you are seeking. Secondly, when we get the likes of a Marcel Dixon, a Tamara Johnson Shealy into office, where is their support? Where is their support? I believe these Democrats are going to chew them up and spit them out and pick their teeth with their vertebrae. They will have no protections, okay? They will have no protections to really fight for a Black agenda. Because as one of the fellows just mentioned, about 10 million of us don't even vote. And then, some of them are like Malcolm X's little sister, don't believe in voting anymore. And it's like, how do we convert them? Ergo, the weaponization of the vote and the socializing of the suffering. Have you noticed that now that the Democrats have a trifecta, the American freedmen are the only group in distress? I don't give a damn what y'all think about Donald Trump. He did open the borders to these immigrants. This is the albatross around the necks of American freedmen.
So Donald Trump.
I need to finish, please. Finish, please.
He's not going to sit here and say Donald Trump stopped immigration. He did not stop it. He let it happen.
I didn't say he stopped it. Can I please speak unimpeded? I allow everyone to talk unimpeded. You can write your points down and counter what I'm telling you when I've landed, please. I lose my train of thought when you do that. Back to my point. Donald Trump was not flooding the country with 200,000 illegal immigrants per month. Donald Trump was not giving away our reparations to all these immigrants. His hate and disdain for everybody that was not white was universal. Everyone was in distress. He was not giving away our protections to Asians who suffer less than 1% of the violence leveled at American freedmen by their race soldiers, whom we all know have been the race soldiers since the slave patrols. And this white supremacy is Crayola. So I'm saying all this to say that when you're dealing with immigration, something I'm trying to help you guys to weaponize the vote, to socialize this suffering. When you're dealing with closed border candidates, you ease the boot up off the necks of American freedmen. I I am trying my best to get this message out because I've seen us go from 17 to 3% in the state of California. And as California goes, so goes the nation. There was a Freedman Bank forum hosted by Janet Yellen, Treasury Secretary, and the Vice President. Okay? And there was a Hispanic who took over the microphone whom they gave more money to than they did the Black banks. And this Hispanic man sat up here and said they are coming for the Carolinas. Their bank is wealthier than our bank. They've got about 126 ethnicities, and they are coming to the South in droves and planning to take it over. And the Biden administration is
reparation. We understand all of this. That's why Black Americans are returning to the South. We've been talking about this for a year, for 6 months. I understand. Look, what you are conveying is what we have been conveying for 6 months. You are not saying anything new. We are just immigration. Look,
I'm talking about weaponizing the vote. Weaponize the vote.
We're talking about. We are weaponizing the vote. Look, illegals are not allowed in the South. We're going to make sure that illegals don't come to the South, right? With Mexicans, we're going to be racist if we have to. We won't let Mexicans or Hispanics within our state. We're going to make it hard for them to live in our state. I understand what you're talking about. We're talking about the same thing. We want the same thing you want. Right.
And answer me this. How do you intend to prevent them from taking over the South when we can't even prevent gentrification in our own communities? Let me finish the question. Let me finish the question.
She was taking too long.
This is it.
Okay. Yeah, we only have productive conversations when one person speaks and then the next person speaks. So I'm loving everything she's saying, and I know we have some disagreements. We'll get to those, but let's give the reparationist perspective 1 minute to land, and then we can rebut her information. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. I'm asking the question, how in the world, without political power, are we intending to shut down the corporations whom illegal immigration is working at the behest of? We can't even get these corporations to do E-Verify. They're not held to the law. We are. So my question is, if you get everyone there, what is your plan to guarantee that the Hispanics, the Latin Americans, the Latinas don't take over the South when the corporations who own government are working in the best interest for them to replace us as a group, replace our vote? What is the plan? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I know the frustration. You're on the front lines. You know, California's been dealing with this Mexican invasion for decades. So I get it. When I wrote the book, I talk about states we got to abandon. Unfortunately, these larger states are the states that I believe we need to abandon because the hierarchy of political authority is going to keep pushing Black Americans to the bottom. And that is absolutely what's occurring. It's going to happen in Texas. It's going to happen in Florida eventually. And so the what Black American Homeland was stating is that, yes, when we get political control, and that was the caveat that you laid out, we can enforce E-Verify. We have our federal representatives that are writing legislation to close the borders at the federal level. We can do whatever we can do at the state level, as in the governor of Texas, who's busing illegals to DC and New York City, and we can bus them wherever we want to whatever sanctuary state that's out there. So we want to be able to utilize the power of the state in order to protect our population. Ms. Rella talked about zoning. There are tools that would be at our disposal to make it very difficult for an insurgency population to set up shop. We're talking about majority states, so that's 60%. It could be 70%. White flight kicks in. It could get all the way up to 80%. At some point, certain populations are not going to want to be governed under Black Americans, and that's not going to change. All we have to do is maintain our political authority, maintain our majority, and we will slowly but surely push these people away from us. I believe Lloyd Kelly is next.
Thanks, everybody. Thanks. First, let me say this. I am so frustrated right now because this space was supposed to be about the Willie Lynch letter, which goes to the reparationist point, why we can't do what we need to do. But since we're not really staying on that topic, I need to address some of the things that she said. Reparations, it doesn't seem like you understand the concept of a majority Black state. Because if we have majority Black state, reparations and Malcolm X dog, excuse me, both of you don't seem to understand how that works. Malcolm X's daughter asked, who would we vote for? Well, simple. The candidates that we put up. It wouldn't be the Democrats. It wouldn't be the. What is she calling them? Republicans. All them, whatever. It wouldn't be them. We would be those, because we're putting up our own candidates. We don't even really need to run campaigns, because the group in charge of, or the organization in charge of getting the state set up would say, these are the people that we need you to vote for. So everybody would go vote, from the city council seats at the local level, all the way to the governor's office at the state level, the congressional representative, and the 2 senators at the federal level. And in that state, and each of the subsequent states that we do this in, we control every level of government in those states. So what happens then? When we take over Delaware, because, and I'm going to ask on behalf of Black once again, please, people, stop saying we're asking people to move to the South. We are not. We are asking them to move to Delaware, and that's in the Northeast. We are not asking anybody to move to the South right now. We're asking you to consider a move to Delaware. That being said, when we take over Delaware, we automatically get 2 Senate seats in the United States Senate, which means that if those people know the procedural rules and how the Senate operates, and we make them politically astute before we send them, they will know how to go in and shut the Senate down, because nothing can get done, because they know the procedural move to do that. So none of that can happen if we continue to get up and say, how are we going to do this? Or we can't do that, or we haven't done. The point of these spaces is to begin laying the infrastructure so we can do it. I'm going to say that again. The reason we're all here is not because we need to hear the stats again. It's so that we can begin putting the infrastructure in place to the solution. And everybody that keeps getting up telling us what we can't do is only convincing the people that we really need to move to Delaware that it's not going to work. I'm going to land there with the right to jump in, because I literally, there's a bunch of stuff that I really wanted to address when it was being said, but the majority point is, the big point is, we're supposed to be talking about how the Willie Lynch letter influences all of this. And two, we need to stop talking about what we can't do and start talking about what the solution looks like. And I'll land there.
Okay.
So Black, can I just say this? Can we let Alexis follow up, and then we can go back to all the hands, and then we can go back to Lloyd.
Okay, I'm going to make this really quick, Rilla, and thank you for that. Lloyd, you summed this up perfectly. And you know I never say you sum anything up for me perfectly. Now I'm going to be quiet. And Lloyd can tell you that's a big compliment.
Okay, so now we need to go to Odie. I think it's, what is it? Odie Nazi.
Yeah, so once we get through,
next.
Yeah, once we get through these three hands, then I'm gonna go back to the Willie Lynch letter.
Actually, I was next.
That's fine.
I was
the centrist, ODO, and then Miss Grade 8.
I understand. I hear Lloyd. I actually agree with Lloyd. I live in Pennsylvania, and I know the United States Senate very well. I've been a lobbyist for over 25 years, actually 27 years to be exact. And I know the Senate very well. And I live in Pennsylvania, D.C., and I've lived in California. I've lived all over the world. And I can tell you this, I don't see Delaware as exactly northeast. I pretty much, since the Mason-Dixon line runs through it, and it's pretty cracker central, I consider it pretty much south. My mother and father both was born in Mobile, Alabama. Spent a lot of time down there, so I know south. And Delaware pretty south to me, because it's cracker central. If you're looking to take the Delaware seats,
hey, sweetie, I'm not trying to interrupt you, but I'm like, if you go to sleep and you're traveling down I-95, it only takes 15 minutes to get through Delaware, right, girl?
Yeah, Delaware shit. Delaware is like Rhode Island. You blink and you done.
But at the same time, it is still a state, and it has all the power.
Yeah, we do need a Senate seat. We do need to get in the Senate. And, you know, Phoenix was talking about what we were talking about on another space. And one thing I understand is the concept of what goes on in the United States Senate. And right here, right now, I believe in usurping and the power of the Democrats and the Republicans, and I've helped several people do write-in campaigns and take power away. And right now, we're talking about reparations, and we're talking about where the power is. And right now, the government is in a free fall, and we're making long range plans on across the board about what we need to do as far as our reparations as freemen, and Rella's right about gentrification. There's so many things that have been said tonight that are actually true. I'm looking at, there's a seat in the United States Senate right now that's incredibly vulnerable. I know where money is. I always know where money in the room is, because that's my job, to always know where money is. Defense and intelligence is my game. I know where to get money at, and I know how to take power away. That's why they pay me big bucks. And I think if we have a viable person that can run in these three particular states that I found vulnerable, we have someone, a freedman, FBA, a black person to run. And I understand how people think. You have to understand something. There are
white folks, you know, racist, a cracker with a noose is more likely to vote to understand how we think, much better than a liberal in a handshake will. And the truth of the matter is, yes, they're trying to usurp us by bringing in people who are illegal and giving them the right to vote. Hell, Eric in New York, that mayor, he wants to give the privilege of illegals the right to vote in local elections, which is constitutionally illegal. And you got a bunch of handkerchief head wearing house folks that are allowing it to happen. And that's a fact. That is a pure fact. And it's happening across the board. We are never going to ever be able to run on the Democratic ticket as Black people and ever achieve anything. But what we can do, independently is independence. And I know, and as write-ins, is come straight up the middle and break, because there's one place, not in the House, but in the Senate, is where the power is. It has always been the power, always will be the power. Not the presidency. The presidency isn't the real power. The real power is the Senate. If you have one senator, and we've seen it with Joe Manchin, you have one senator, but in particular two, you have one senator. You can, with your open checkbook, you can do anything. You can attach any kind of legislation, any piece of pork to any legislation. I've had senators write when I needed something done for a client. I've seen them attach $20 million legislation onto defense appropriation. They attached it to defense. It had nothing to do with defense. So we want reparations. We don't have to wait for specific language to come in a whole standalone bill. That's a lie. What is done in the anteroom, and that's where the deals are made, and that's where the power sits.
You know, in this interest, I want to say this to you. You know why it was such a heartbreak for me when it came to Tamara Johnson Shealy, because there were so many rooms during the campaign that was started because she had a position about immigration that people didn't like, that was fueled to convince people not to vote for her. And the problem that we saw on the ground, and you know, in having conversations with the team for all the different candidates, was that there are so many different political things that go on in the Democratic Party. Like William Rivenrow in Somerville was literally threatened, like, by the Democratic Party, like his life was threatened. And then with Tamara, the issue for her, or with her, was people literally were not trying to support her to get her to help push her message in around Georgia, because on Spaces, they felt like, well, the conversation needed to be about immigration versus her agenda. And I'm like, well, her agenda had reparations in her agenda. Her agenda was predominantly what we needed, and came closer to anyone else as a senator that had put up any agenda. Whether or not you liked her or not, or liked the fact that she supported HR 40 or S40 or what have you, she still was closer than anyone else. And so we couldn't even get past that conversation, which is why I stopped. I stopped going into those spaces, because it's almost like when you start really getting on the ground and actually listening to like these committees that are ran by elders, not to be disrespectful, who are still in the mindset that you vote blue no matter who, and you see the people who are in office go to those county committees, and they don't even bring up reparations. They don't even talk about the American descendants and our issues and their elders.
There's a way to get around them. And the way you get around those elders, it has to do with money, and it has to do
with corporate money. And it has to do, quite frankly, my brothers and sisters, with white people. Let me tell you something. Do you know in Pennsylvania, there's a black woman that nearly got the Republican nomination for Senate. And the only reason...
And sweetheart, she should have.
And you know why
they did not give it to her?
Know why she didn't get it? I'll tell you the truth. Because the Democratic Party here in Pennsylvania stole her votes. Let me tell you how they do it. In Pennsylvania, when a baby is stillborn or dies several days after birth, they have already generated a birth certificate, but they don't generate a death certificate. So what they do is that when babies have died, they register them to vote.
Wow.
So somebody that died as a result of a stillbirth, let's say in 1973, somebody registers that dead baby to vote when they've reached the age of 18. So somebody goes in and votes for them.
Wow.
That's what you call stuffing a ballot.
Wow.
From 2012 to 2018, here in Pennsylvania, y'all can all look it up on the internet. Here in Pennsylvania, Democratic Party was voting dead people and stuffing ballots to get the judges on the ballots that they wanted to win. We have 12 judges on the state court, the state Supreme Court, and the state Superior Courts that shouldn't be in their judgeships and candidates that have won elections because they stuffed ballots. They also did that. They just did it again.
Wow.
In this state Senate race, in this Senate race, because they wanted to make sure that Oz was the opponent against Fetterman. But she won. And that's what they did. And the truth of the matter is, now I know you all are going to say to me, "Oh, that's crazy." You all may think he is a pathological.
It's not crazy. It's not crazy.
Now, guess who they locked up? The DOJ locked up Ozzie Myers and all of the campaign people and the poll workers who were stuffing the ballots for those years. But what they did was let the statute run out against the judges and didn't pull them off the bench.
And that is exactly what justice in America looks like, because
that was
98% of justice is meted down by the state and local courts.
So this happened in November of 2022, 21, in November of 2021, everybody except the judges just went to jail.
Wow.
Ozzie Myers and everybody else just went to jail, but the judges, they left on the bench.
Wow.
Now, that is the truth.
I have a question for you, young lady.
Yes.
I have a question for you. Okay. When you come up with a problem, right, I want you to come up with a solution to that problem, that exact problem that you mentioned, right? So, good example. In a supermajority black state, we have control of the Secretary of State, because the Secretary of State controls the Election Commission. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. That's how Catherine Harris in Florida said George W. Bush won, because she certified it, remember?
Okay.
Yeah, she certified.
So that problem that centrist mentioned, how do we fight?
I think she was getting ready to tell us, Black American Homeland.
Okay. All right.
Yes.
No, I don't think
the Secretary of State, depending on the state constitution,
certified. You're not going to tell us what it is. Black American Homeland, please finish your point, because you're going to tell us how the Secretary of State works in different states.
No, in that state, according to how we write the state statute and the state constitution, as long as we make sure our state statute is airtight, they cannot come at us in any way, shape, or form. And
100%.
That's how they did it in Florida. That's how Kathleen Harris had its airtight sealed. That's how Bush was able to go to the Supreme Court and seal his victory. That's how we will keep ours sealed. That's how they won't come after us. And that's how they can't beat us. What I was going to say here in Pennsylvania, so I can complete my thought about what is going to go down and what can go down and how we can ensure our victories and how we can go in and get a Senate seat. And we can do it now, and we can still do it now, and go in and break through, because you need to understand something, even here in Pennsylvania, because I've been talking to her. Do you know Fetterman does not have Philadelphia sewn up? Philadelphia blacks won't vote for him because he pulled that gun on the black jogger. So he needs to get 500,000 votes out of Philadelphia. If he doesn't get the 500,000 votes out of Philadelphia, he needs that along with winning Bucks County. If he doesn't get that, he can't win the state at all. He loses. If we get one candidate that wins, that carries out Philadelphia, that one candidate, write-in candidate, wins the Senate seat. Do you know that? All we need is,
so who we about to run in Philly?
We need a black candidate to be a write-in candidate.
When you need a write-in candidate, it has to be a completely concerted effort for the same person. Because I can write myself in.
Anybody black running in Philadelphia other than anybody black running in a write-in will win. They will win.
So can that be mayor? Hold on a second, Rella. Hold on. I've asked questions. That wasn't me. That was Lloyd. Can I jump in here? Lloyd, please hold on. I'm going to ask this question. I really want to know who the mayor's name is. Is that Barry Nutter? Like, I don't know exactly.
Michael Nutter's not the mayor. We have a mayor.
Okay, just tell me the name. Just tell me who it is.
His name is Jim Kinney. He doesn't want to be a mayor. He's an Irish guy. He doesn't want to be the mayor.
Yeah, I'm not voting for an Irish guy. I'm good.
He walks in every day.
Can I jump in here now, please?
Yeah.
Because all of this conversation is great. However, it can be shut down with a couple of sentences.
Like
If we create a black majority state, all that other stuff doesn't matter. So
that's exactly what
you know what?
No.
Whoa. Let me make my point. So wouldn't it be better to be using our energy to figure out how to create the black majority state? Because as you said, and I'm sorry, I'm horrible with names, and my little thing doesn't tell me who's talking. As you said, if we control all of the seats from the local city councils all the way to the governor's office and then the federal seats, we control what happens in those areas, in that area, that state. But we're talking about, we're using our energy to talk about stuff we have no control over right now.
Well, I do know this. I do know that I talked to four big corporations this morning. 4 different lobbyists representing 4. I spoke to AT&T. I spoke to my Google guy. I spoke to my guy at Verizon, and I spoke to my guy at Comcast, and I asked them, how much money can you guys give me for the Senate here in Pennsylvania? Because we all know Fetterman is not going to last. He's too sick. He's got cardiomyopathy. He's not going to last. He can't maneuver in the Senate. He's not going to last. And should we get the Republican guy, Trump's guy, winning the Senate, winning the governor's mansion, he's going to, and Fetterman wins, Fetterman gets sick and something happens to him, he's going to appoint some wackadoo. So what you guys going to do? I want to put in an independent to run up the center between him and Oz. They said, you got somebody in mind? I said, I'm working on somebody tonight. They said, well, girlfriend, you come up with it. We could probably come up with the 4 of us. We could come up with 20 million for you by Thursday. I said, if you could come up with it by Tuesday, I could have somebody for you.
Okay, so let me ask this question today. From a political,
I'm going to run an independent, and I want it to be a black man. I want to be a black man because I want to be able to get reparations attached to the next defense. The defense authorization.
So I'm going to say this because I want to get to the other hands because the other hands have been waiting to speak. So the centrist, I'm just going to let you have a minute just to land, and we're going to talk strategy offline. And then we need to have a conversation with the centrists definitely offline because apparently you know where the money is at. And that was one of the things that Miss Tammy brought up. And so to get back to the topic, like Lloyd pointed out, as far as with the Willie Lynch letter, because we want to try to get back around it. I don't think that there's anything wrong with having a generalized conversation on these points because a lot of people have been all over the place on Twitter, and so everybody's trying to come to a common ground. So I think this conversation's been great. So the centrist, you go ahead and finish your point and land that big old 747, and we're gonna get to the other hands.
I and by no means dispute what you were saying, Lloyd, about a black majority state. I'm looking at the here and now, and I'm just looking at what I know can be done as far as getting at least one of our own into the Senate now. At least one of our own in that Senate chamber and in that ante room. And if we can get one of our own sitting in that chamber, and that one person can disrupt their agenda and attach. Can you imagine the power we can wield when we have one of our own that can constantly attach reparations and attach money to any piece of legislation going through? The power that our senator can wield. So yes, I want to make that move. We're right for it, and they're weak. You always strike when they're the weakest. You always strike when they're the weakest. I learned from these people. They taught me well, and I think we should do it. Hey, I'm all for us having a black majority state, but I'm also for stepping on their neck when they're at their weakest too. We can do everything. We can go across the board. And when there's money on the table, I was always taught never leave no money on the table when it's there to grab.
Yeah, I love everything you said. I support it fully. If you think that there's an opportunity there, this fits into that national strategy that I keep being told is important. And I do agree with it. So if there are these districts where we can strike, absolutely 1000% go for it.
And I think, and I thoroughly believe that we have somebody here that we can put in here to run up the middle. Not only here, but we have somebody down there in Kentucky that can run through and take it from Rand Paul, run right through and right in. And I just do believe that we can do this.
They centrist. Look, the purpose of the Black American homeland, right, is to take our supermajority black population of 8 states, right? Those 8 states will have 16 senators, right? We have over 66 congressmen. We have control over 80 electoral college votes. We control the state Supreme Court. We can control all the lower courts. We control the police departments, all the police departments within the state. We can control everything within the state. So that's what the Black American homeland or supermajority black regions of state or black majority states, that is the plan. And that includes a black American political party with our own agenda, our own policies and platform, and we select candidates to run on our platform. So that's the Black American Homeland or supermajority black states agenda and policy.
Can I just come in real quick? Because it's interesting. We in the same state, and I heard you saying a few things about Philly. I'm in Philly, and I definitely would want to connect with you and build with you all. Maybe not on the U.S. Senate thing, because, I mean, I ain't, maybe difference of opinion, different strokes for different folks, but I don't really, that's not the play that I'm looking at. I'm looking at the 2023 city council and the mayor race. So I definitely want to tap in with you, and maybe we can see if we can do something.
Yeah, on the city council thing, I'm looking to displace Darrell Clark and a couple other ones. I'm gonna be running some friends of mine for some local positions there and displace some of these handkerchief head house niggas that gentrified a lot of this, because I own a lot of property here in Philadelphia, and I don't like what they've done, because gentrification brought a lot of violence into the city, and it's got to go, So, but when it comes to the United States Senate, that's my backyard where I do all my business, and we need our own in there. We need our own in there to get our reparations through. And we have to get in the door. We have to get in the door. It's 100 senators, and right now we need just one right now, and two if we're lucky, but one definitely.
And so, Central, tell me, what 16 black senators do?
16 black senators is a complete quorum, and that's absolute control. That's what Mitch McConnell controls. That's how come he wields so much power. That's who
and hold on really quickly at the centrist, you're absolutely right. Because how can Mitch McConnell, who is married to the daughter of a Chinese transportation billionaire, have his state be one of the poorest in the fucking nation? Because he makes money every time somebody else spends money.
He makes so much money because he's at the Occidental and he's at the Run 21 house every Wednesday night. He's hosting.
And now he has most of the judges. He's never going to lose.
That's right. He knew what he was doing. That's his job. See, a senator's job is to bring home the bacon. That's a senator's job, is to bring home the bacon. He has a table that 21 people sit at every Wednesday night. Every Wednesday night, you sit at that table. If you're lucky to be invited by him, you're one of the lobbyists that sit at that table. And you're at that table with Mitch McConnell, and he does you favors and you do him favors. And guess what? And he understands the quid pro quo. Okay?
Everybody has to understand quid pro quo. Scratch my back, I scratch yours.
The only problem is that the Democrats are the people that have sex with you on Saturday, and then on Monday they don't remember your name. They don't understand the quid pro quo.
Hold on. The Republicans do the same thing.
They understand the quid pro quo a little bit better, though. See, because they pay the listen, their check's clear, though. I'm gonna be honest, their check's clear.
Until it was Sarah Palin. They didn't.
Well, I don't know about. I don't know about her.
Y'all don't like to go through history, but
Sarah Palin was that. I'm talking about the Republicans as far as when a deal has to be done.
Well, the deal was struck with John McCain. This is what they did with him. They were like, you have to pick her because you're going to be the answer to a black man. And I know people don't like Obama. That's fine. I can keep going with it. But that was the only thing John McCain could pull out because he had been too centrist in his life before.
Well, John McCain wasn't not because he was centrist. They thought he was batshit crazy. And it was a side deal cut with the Southern senators between Cochran, Shelby,
Senator Shelby in Alabama. Hell yeah.
Senator Shelby in Alabama. The senator out of Mississippi that passed away, and they all cut this side deal. They didn't want him.
It was more than just them. It was Alabama, Mississippi. Shelby and both sessions were in on that shit,
and
everybody was in on it. Everybody.
It was a deal cut.
and
Lugar.
Because this is why you have right now Joe Biden being in trouble because he was trying to appoint a federal judge, and I'm pretty sure the person got confirmed. In Kentucky,
no, he didn't get confirmed. His nomination was pulled. Nomination was pulled.
Okay, so what I want to say is this. I'm like, it should have never gotten that far because Joe Biden and Mitch McConnell should have talked. And Mitch McConnell was like, I don't give a fuck, do this. Which is why Connect is the same thing as Obamacare. It's the same thing as Affordable Care Act. And it all posed differently in different
Do you
states.
know that Valerie Jarrett, who is still living with the Obamas most of the time out in California or in D.C., still has her standing Wednesday lunch with Obama.
So what you have to understand, is this. With the PDB,
she still has a Wednesday lunch with Mitch McConnell's wife.
See, right there, Elaine Chow, like this is what people do to us. Like, it's
okay. I'm gonna cut in. I'm gonna cut in. I was about to say, y'all can talk about quick pro offline.
Right. We'll get together on that, because it's a whole lot. But we'll get together on that.
Thank you, Mama. Okay, so where we at? Black, are we at Odie now?
Yeah, ODO and then Miss Great Ape, and then we're going to get to the rest of the letter. And again, it's traumatic. So
disclaimer: if you do have to leave, and it's too traumatic, we definitely do not want to be responsible for any therapist bills. Although we do have. I think we had a certified therapist who was here, but she's no longer on the stage. So if you, right now it's not good for you to be here to listen to the rest of the letter. Thank you so much for coming. Love and reparations. If you have to dip out, and I truly understand.
Hey, this is audio or audio. I can pronounce it either way. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Sure can.
Yes.
Okay. I just got a few things to say. My thing, even when I do vote, I've not voted non-party. I mean, I've voted non-party for a long time. I've been independent for a long time. I don't trust either party. My thing, though, and I've said this, like, what am I voting for? It's not who, it's what. Whether they're black or not, what the hell am I voting for? Even the last time that I voted, even in locally, that's the whole thing. What do these cats represent? I'm from the Los Angeles area myself. I'm from Southern California. And I really want to just make sure I know things that really benefit us as a people. So if anyone is out here when it comes to voting, let me know. Also, another thing too, I would never, I would never say that we should practice racism. That's not us. We don't do that. That's not our invention. I think for me, I'm all about black.
Oh man, damn it.
Oh, what happened?
Hey, sir, I think you never been to Africa, have you?
No, he lost his connection. Let's move on to Miss Great Ape.
Hey everybody, is Lloyd gone? Is he no longer on the call?
No, I don't know what happened.
I'm here. Who's asking?
Can you hear me? Hello?
Okay, I can hear you.
Yeah,
I got cut off.
Yeah, ODO, we're gonna come back to you. Just hang out for a second. We'll come right back to you. Miss Great Ape.
Okay, thanks. So Lloyd, you were talking about Delaware. And I was listening to your every word. Are you connected with Marcel? Are the two of you having conversations?
Okay, I guess it's no secret anymore. I was Marcel's policy director for his campaign.
Okay, but are the two of you connected with states and talking about Delaware?
The Delaware-ish strategy is black majority state. That is his that is he's leading this. But the point that I'm going to reiterate is simply that if we implement what he's talking about, we can get rid of a lot of the rhetoric. Because rhetoric about what they're doing in California or what they're doing in wherever, because we will control every single elected seat in the state of Delaware. Every one of them. Like I think Black just said something about we would control the judges, we control the police departments, we control the policy-making positions, the legislature and the governor's office policy-making, city councils, mayor seats for every town and or city in Delaware. We make it, when we control those seats, when we control the policy-making positions, we set the policy that we want. So it becomes, and whether you live in California and you feel like you're being mistreated in California, well, now you can move to Delaware because what we set policy that is not going to allow you to be abused.
So, to be clear, I'm not disputing anything that you're saying. I'm neither agreeing nor disagreeing. But my point is, whenever I see Marcel in a space, I jump into it because I'm very interested in what he has to say, and he's taught me a lot. And this week so far, he's never mentioned Delaware. And so I guess my point is just I'm very confused, and we are confusing all of us right now. When he's talking about the South and migrating to the South, and he's focused on that, North Carolina, South Carolina, and so on. And now tonight we're talking about Delaware. And all I'm saying is I'm very confused.
Okay, now, look, this is Black American Homeland, right? We are targeting 10 or 11 states, right? You got the 8 deep southern states, like Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, Arkansas. You have Maryland, Delaware, even Virginia. Virginia's my home state, but I think Virginia's going to be very difficult to take supermajority Black population. But you know, we want to give people choices, right? We would like to give you a choice. So wherever state in the South that you believe that is best for you, we like you to move to that state. If you live in that Northeast, close to Delaware, then Delaware might be a place for you. If Georgia, Mississippi, North Carolina, actually North Carolina is the state that I'm targeting. I actually have a house in North Carolina, and wherever fits your narrative, that is what is best for you. So look, we the one. Look,
I'm clear on that. So just to be clear, I'm in Washington D.C. and I've worked in politics since 1998. So this is nothing new to me. My point, and I want to be crystal clear, is that what I'm hearing from Mark, and I'm not being negative or starting anything, I'm asking for clarity because we're all confused. What's happening on the call? What's happening on this call?
Hey,
okay, so I had to mute everybody because
I wanted to mute people too. I'll let you speak and then I'll go after you.
Okay, look, can I tell you about Marcel?
No, Black American Homeland. Let's not do that. Let's let Rella go. I'll go, and then let you go. But we gotta.
Right. So the conversation is not to be confusing. Marcel and other people have their positions on migrating to the South or to particular states. Marcel's not even the only one that's actually having this conversation, just like the Black majority state plan. And so it's not to be confusing. I think trying to compare it to the discussion Marcel is happening is what's probably confusing you. So to be clear, Black majority state movement plan is designed by the gentleman who is the host. This is a discussion he's been having every Saturday for that discussion. Marcel is having a discussion that he's probably planned out, which is somewhat probably similar, but his plan might be different. So in that regard, I think there's no need to confuse the two or conflate the two. It's just they're different people who are trying to do similar things, just a different way. So I hope that helps.
All right, Rella, this is very important. This is extremely important, right? Okay.
Yes,
we used to know Marcel as Cato, right? Back in January. Okay, yes. Back in 2021, January 2021, a person named Charles Blow. He was going to come out with his book, right? He published his book around February 2021. Some of my followers came to me and said, "Hey, this Charles Blow person, he has an idea similar to my idea, right?" So I took a look into it, and then I found out that Charles Blow was his book, "The Devil You Know," was written actually off of my plan, the Black American Homeland plan that I shared with him back in 2014, 2015, right? That I gave him all these information, and I just basically, he wasn't famous, but he was a journalist, a writer. So I thought that I can share some information with him, and maybe he can agree with it or whatever. But the thing is, I did not expect him to write his own book, his own manifesto, and call it his own plan. Okay, Cato, Marcel, and the Be the Power, they took their information from me and Charles Blow, and that's where Marcel got his information about moving back to the South, supermajority Black state, and all that good stuff. So that's where the whole ideas came from back in early 2021. However, I've been pushing the Black American Homeland on Twitter since 2013, 2012. And back then it was only me, but more and more people are accepting to the idea. So, and I'm happy for it. It's great. To me, it's going faster than I actually thought. So I think everything's going well. So that's just to clear everybody, to clear everything about Marcel. It wasn't his original idea. He got his information from myself and Charles Blow.
Okay.
Yeah.
Before you go, I want to let Miss Great Ape, because I do appreciate her for coming in here, and I appreciate her intelligence, and I'm not going to be able to clear up the confusion for you, but I will let you know this. News Toter hosted a space earlier this week, and it was Marcel was in there, and I was a co-host. So it was News Toter, Marcel, and myself as the co-host in that space. And it's about the reverse migration. And so I think he has a list of 5 states that he talks about. And that is awesome. That is amazing. We support Marcel fully 100%. We are focused on Delaware because it is a very small state. It is a very small state. It requires a very small percentage of our population in comparison to all of these other states. So our focus is hyper focused on this one state in order to prove that this can work for all Black Americans, all the ones of us who want to make this happen in other states. So by us having success in the state of Delaware, it will bring success to the other states. And that is really what we all need to focus in on. It doesn't matter which state, it just matters that we get one state. And we are focused on Delaware because it is the easiest solution for us to get that one state. We support Marcel. I was in a space with him earlier today. I've been donating to his campaign since he created his donor box, and we are going to support him. And we just got to get a state under our control. And with that, I'll open it up.
Can I go next, please? Okay, Ms. Grady, here's the thing. I know it looks like there might be some confusion, but it's really not. Because what's really going on is two people are using the same strategy to accomplish different things. Marcel is not trying to create a black majority state, although he supports the concept. But keep this in mind about Marcel. Marcel is running for the 6th congressional district in South Carolina in 2024. And when Marcel heard this concept about majority state, Marcel said, being the intelligent person that he is, said, I need to get if I could get 50,000 people to move to South Carolina, then I can win. So Marcel began pushing the idea of South Carolina. And that doesn't mean we're not working together. It doesn't mean that we're not collaborating. It simply means that Marcel is pushing for South Carolina for a very specific reason. Does that kind of put it into context for you?
It absolutely does. And my recommendation would be, so I used to do marketing and communications at Dell years ago, and it was a Fortune 25 company. And I did press releases, and I worked for the people who directly reported to Michael Dell. And I would say messaging is everything. And I've also worked in politics on the Hill, for the mayor in Texas. I've been a staff member on different campaigns, including Obama's first presidential campaign. And I would just say I've been in spaces nonstop for the whole summer. And what you're saying right now is beautiful and wonderful, and I'm on board, and I'm not far from Delaware. But the messaging needs to be better. What I'm hearing tonight on this space is a wonderful thing, but I can tell you with 100% certainty that there's no cohesiveness. And we are all so far behind and so confused. We still don't know how we're supposed to vote in November. Down ballot only, no Democrats, maybe Democrat. We're all confused. So I'm getting ready to land my plane, and I'm happy to help in any way I can with my experience. And I just want to say the messaging is not cohesive. And that's, I'll leave it at that.
Before you land your plane, Ms. Grady, can I just say this to you? Voter suppression is a bitch. And what I mean by that is it doesn't just happen in laws. Part of suppression, and you know this from working on, I don't know what you did on campaigns, but I was in the part, I've worked in the part where we do counter stuff. Confusing the electorate is a very, very effective tool in keeping the vote down, which means that the people that are in office stay in office when the vote count is low. And so I just wanted to say that before you got off.
I mean, I can't agree with you enough, Lloyd. I just can't. And I'm thinking about the conversations I need to have with folks on the ground now leading up to Election Day. And I don't know what to tell them. And we're already behind the curve, because we know that we're going to have a hard time convincing Black people why reparations are important. That's what I'm dealing with now in Montgomery County, Maryland, adjacent to Washington, D.C. So we just need to figure out how to be more cohesive. Do we need a website? Do we need a telegram? What do we need to do to start just getting a simple, consistent message out. And feel free to DM me. I will follow you now, and we'll figure it out. And I'm going to
just saying to you, check your DMs. I already have.
Awesome.
I have a question for you, Ms. Gradette. You said for the people who leading up to elections, is there someone in DC that's running that you're supporting?
Well, I'm a block.
I'm in the DMV. I'm in Virginia.
Okay, are you in Nova or Loudoun?
I'm in Loudoun.
Okay, well, I did a campaign in Gainesville a while ago, so I'm a little bit familiar with that part of Virginia, but I'm in Montgomery County. So we don't, as you know, this county is bluer than blue. If blue can get any bluer, and so there's no one to support. Will Jawando is full of shit, and he's focused on Drag Queen Story Hour and promoting his book. He's a black man, half Nigerian, and doesn't give a shit about black people. So there's no one to support here. And the reason I've been here for 8.5 years, and the reason I haven't run for office locally, and this is not a cop out, this is true. I'm in a swamp of white progressives. There's just no way for us to win here. Now, I will say this to all of you, and this is some kind of good news, and I need all your support once I do this. I met with Mark Elrich last Sunday. I caught him in front of my building for some climate change event. And I recorded the conversation, and I told him I was recording it, and I was going to transcribe it and post it on social media. I haven't had a chance to do that yet. I've been working all week with my job, been very busy. I asked him about reparations and foundational Black Americans. He said it was out of his purview. He said there was nothing he could do about it. I said, but you focus on abortion and climate change. You're focused on all these national issues, and you think reparations has nothing to do with what you're doing right now? So I'm going to transcribe this, but I will tell you at this point, the only hope we have here is as you know, there's a recount happening between him and David Blair. I voted for Blair. They're still they just found more ballots this week. They're trying to figure this out. If Blair wins and if he becomes the victor, we can pin him down.
So let me ask you this question. Are you a Black American woman?
I mean, I don't know how to answer that.
It's very simple. Are you defended?
No. I'm just asking if you are a Black American woman, because I'm going to make a point. It's just yes or no. Even if you're not, you still can support the cause. And if you are, then I wanted to figure out what your circle looks like, and then how I can be supportive of it. Because if your circle is those of sororities and things like that, then that's another discussion.
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from. I got it. I can't.
There's no fear in saying if you're not or you are. It's like that's not this space.
Oh, I get it. I get it. Okay, I'm not fearful, and I'm not going to answer that question because I find it ridiculous. But we can definitely talk about it. I'm happy to talk about it because we need to figure out how to get David Blair and some of the at large council members on our side.
Okay, well, this is the reason why it's not ridiculous, is because that goes to the point of my point is what would be your circle of support? Because if you're not in sorority spaces or in the spaces where you need to have these conversations with the right people who have influence to get him out, then who are you talking to?
Well, the right people are supportive of Democrats. They're liberals and they vote Democrat and they support the group. You have people. I mean, how familiar are you with Montgomery County politics?
Rella, I'm not letting it fly. I'm not letting it fly.
All right. Okay.
You don't even know what the Divine Nine is. Like, tell me what the Divine Nine is, but don't answer the question because you can't do it. Be quiet to our situations and our systems.
So this is what I'm going to say is I'm very familiar with Montgomery politics. As a matter, hold on. You asked me a question. So I'm very familiar with Montgomery County politics. I actually have a lot of friends in Montgomery, and there is organization actually of people that live in Maryland. And that's the only reason why I asked you that, because you're asking for a particular support against these people that you just mentioned. And the reason why I asked you that is, well, what is your background so that I can introduce you to certain people and I know what to say. It's not to be ignorant or ask an unvalid question. It's a valid question. Because we are discussing lineage. Black is an umbrella term, and we talk about that all the time. Even Marcel talks about that. But it's not to exclude other groups who want to join in as allies. It's to say, how do we include you so we can get you to understand these are the things that have to happen? Living in Virginia and in Montgomery County, Maryland, you would be, beside yourself not to be in the arms of a lot of these fraternities and sororities and have this conversation, whether you're Black or white or whatever.
Have they been talking to Mark Elrich about reparations?
You know what? Okay. I will add. I'm gonna do one good. I'm gonna do one better. My aunt is a part of the chair of the Zetas. I'm gonna ask her, and I'm gonna ask her to do some sequestering for me, just because you asked that question, and I'm gonna see about that answer for you. Because I couldn't get my answer from you.
What I'm going to provide for you and her is the transcript of my conversation with him, because this is important. And I think you guys will enjoy his flustered response to the question. I mean, I told him this is on record.
There is no flustered response to Divine Nine. I can tell you exactly.
I said Mark Elrich.
No, she said Mark Elrich. Divine Nine. I said the entire Divine Nine. Let me keep it up.
Listen, I'm saying Mark Elrich is not supportive of reparations, and I've got him on record, and this is good for all of us because now we can hold him accountable. It was just lucky that I came across him. I was walking back from the store, and he was outside of my building, and I recorded him on my phone, and I talked to him about reparations, and I'm so glad I did, and I think this should be public information. I don't know where you're coming from. This has nothing to do with the Divine Nine. I'm just telling you that I've got the county executive of Montgomery County on record saying that he doesn't think he needs to do anything regarding reparations, and I think that's a big news story.
Right.
And so that's my focus. If you want to focus on other things, that's fine.
You're asking for support for some people that are Black American to hear this knowledge that you are saying that you have privy to. And I'm saying to you, if I can introduce you to some people, I'm asking you, who do you know? Okay, now she's gone. All right, well, I'm moving on. Obviously, she doesn't really want Black American support. She just wants to be in Black American spaces. That's fine. Anyway.
Hey, look, I got news for everybody. The Democrat Party doesn't support reparation for Black Americans. We are aware of that, right?
Yes, we are. But that was Black American Homeland. You heard what I said, right? I just simply asked. I'm here. She said she is in Montgomery County, and she asked me, how much do I know about Montgomery County politics? Now, if you're going to ask me that question and I'm saying to you, what is your lineage, so I can introduce you to certain people, and you don't want to come out and say, I'm a white woman that's supportive of these issues or whatever your background is, I don't understand what the problem is. Like, I'm not here to, pigeonhole whatever you're doing. But when you make a comment to say, well, I'm confused on what I should be telling people come election day. Well, who are we? Like, what are we doing? I'm just asking a question. What are we doing to support you? Because you're saying you're talking to people to get them ready for election day. Who are we electing in Maryland that apparently the Capital Accountability Project group don't know about? One of the biggest freedmen groups out in Maryland. How do you not know that? That's all. That was it. It was not to go after nobody. It was not to be malicious in any type of way. None of that. Y'all already know I don't do that. Okay, let me be quiet. Black, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go on. Let me be quiet.
Okay, we're gonna get Miss Amia in, and then yeah, we're gonna do the letter because it's after midnight, and I think it's gonna take about 10 or 15 minutes to read through it, and then we can discuss what's in it. I am going to censor as much as I can of the letter, but it is traumatic.
Hey, Black Majority. Hey, Rilla. Hey, hey, Black American Homeland. Yeah, that lady, I'm gonna be honest with you, Rilla. The reason why she acted that way is because, I mean, just look at her handle, the Great Ape, and you can't even identify as a Black American. It's just, it's to me, it's very contradicting. Anyways, there was a reason why I blocked her way back when, put it like that. But I digress. But the reason why I actually came up here is because it really sounds like, so I've been brainstorming what I feel like is what we need is like a flyer titled like "How to Vote as a Black American Reparationist." Like, just work with me. Like, that's the working title. And I envision like a sports style bracket layout to be able to easily see the person's name that is running, and then it would be up to us to look that person up, but just to get a person's name out there, kind of like how like in South Carolina here, they have I think it's an organization that runs it. But it just basically lays out, who's running, what they stand for, things like that. So, but then it's kind of hard because you got to tailor it per state. But that's just kind of like what I'm thinking about. It sounds like that could be like a talking point that is needed to actually lay out like why we need something like a voting block beneficial for Black Americans, to kind of just use it like as a voting guide to vote for tangibles, but also kind of like a combo starter around the Black American dinner table, that type of thing. But I mean, you have a really great space. I know I always say that in all these spaces, but yeah, that's just kind of like what I'm thinking about. Just something in hand, tangible, like a flyer that you can take to your family member. You can go down the list, see, is this person good for us? Why is this person good for us? Or why is this person bad for us? And strike them out or put a star by their name and just kind of, it's a good conversation starter. But I'm thinking.
So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put the message out, if it's okay, Black. So I had talked about doing the Purple Book some time ago, and I mentioned it last Saturday. If anybody is interested in putting together or supporting or helping me put together the Purple Book, please contact me. I'm just gonna put it out there. It's been recorded. It's on record. Today is 12/29, August 14th. Yes, August, I think it's the 14th now. Anyway, so let's do it. Amia, let's get it done so we can give it out to people. And I hope that, answers that your question, boo.
Okay, are you able to describe what the Purple Book is?
Great. Hey, Gray.
Yep.
Before you read the letter, I just want everybody to know, look, I traveled to many countries, in 30 different countries on 5 different continents, right? This letter that Gray's about to read, this can be applied anywhere. It can be applied in Brazil, in India, in Pakistan, in the Philippines where I live, in Malaysia, in Indonesia, in Mexico, in Colombia, Venezuela, in South Africa. It can be applied anywhere in the world. So please do not take it personally. That's all I have to say.
Okay, and so just to be clear, I read through the beginning of the letter. There's a Frederick Douglass part that I'm not going to read. That is very short, but then it talks about the making of the slave, and so I want to be clear because this was Lloyd Kelly's request is this the part, because this is where it gets really, really traumatic, is this the part that you want to highlight?
Yes, but I will ask one thing. Do not leave out a word.
Bro.
We need to understand this. We need to understand every single word of it and the implications of it, and most importantly, the consequences of it. And I would just ask to start reading.
Okay, yeah, but I'm going to substitute the word Negro and human when I feel it's appropriate.
Okay.
All right. Excuse me. Okay, so yeah, here it starts with let's make a slave. Excuse me. Let's Make a Slave is a study of the scientific process of man breaking and slave making. It describes the rationale and result of the Anglo-Saxons' ideas and methods of ensuring the master-slave relationship. Let us make a slave a slave. What do I need? First of all, we need a black Negro man, a pregnant Negro woman, and her baby Negro boy. Second, I will use the same basic principle that we use in the breaking of a horse, combined with some more sustaining factors. When we do it with the horse, we break them from one another or from one form of life to another. That is, we reduce them from their natural state in nature, whereas nature provides them with the natural capacity to take care of their needs and the needs of their offspring. We break that natural string of independence from them and thereby create a dependency state so that we may be able to get from them useful production for our business and pleasure. Cardinal principles for making a Negro. For fear that our future generations may not understand the principles of breaking both horse and man, we lay down the art. For if we are to sustain our basic economy, we must break and tie both of the beast together, the Negro and the horse. We understand that short-range planning in economics results in periodic chaos, so that to avoid turmoil in the economy, it requires us to have breadth and depth in long-range comprehensive planning, articulation, both skills, and sharp perception. We lay down the following principles for long-range comprehensive economic planning. Number one, both horse and Negro are no good to the economy in the wild or natural state. Number two, both must be broken and tied together for orderly production. Number three, for the orderly future, special and particular attention must be paid to the female and the young offspring. Number four, both must be crossbred to produce a variety and division of labor. Number five, both must be taught to respond to a particular new language. Number six, psychological and physical instruction of containment must be created for both. We hold the above six cardinal principles as truths to be self-evident, based on the following discourse concerning the economics of breaking and tying the horse and the Negro together, all inclusive of the six principles laid down above. Note, neither principle alone will suffice for good economics. All principles must be employed for the orderly good of the nation. Accordingly, both a wild horse and a wild or natural Negro is dangerous, even if captured, for they will have a tendency to seek their customary freedom, and in doing so might kill you in your sleep. You cannot rest. They sleep while you are awake and are awake while you are asleep. They are dangerous near the family house, and it requires too much labor to watch them away from the house. Above all, You cannot get them to work in the natural state. Hence, both the horse and the Negro must be broken.
We can't hear you.
Okay. Hence, both the horse and the Negro must be broken. That is, break them from one form of mental life to another. Keep the body and take the mind. In other words, break the will to resist. Now, the breaking process is the same for both the horse and the Negro, only slightly varying in degrees. But as we said before, there is an art in long-range economic planning. You must keep your eye and thoughts on the female and the offspring of the horse and the Negro. A brief discourse in offspring development will shed light on the key to sound economic principles. Pay attention to the generation of original breaking, but concentrate on future generations. Therefore, if you break the female mother, she will break the offspring in its early years of development. And when the offspring is old enough to work, she will deliver it up to you, for her normal female protective tendencies will have been lost in the original breaking process. For example, take the case of the wild stud horse, a female horse and an already infant horse, and compare the breaking process with two Negro males in their natural state. A pregnant Negro woman with her infant offspring. Take the stud horse, break him for limited containment. Completely break the female horse until she becomes very gentle, whereas you or anybody can ride her in comfort. Bred the mare and the stud until you have the desired offspring. I guess that meant breed. Then you can turn the stud to freedom until you need him again. Train the female horse whereby she will eat out of your hand, and she will in turn train the infant horse to eat out of your hand also. When it comes to break the uncivilized Negro, use the same process, but vary in degree and step up the pressure so as to do a complete reversal of the mind. Take the meanest and most restless Negro, strip him of his clothes in front of the remaining male Negroes, the female, the Negro infant, tar and feather him. Tie each leg to a different horse in opposite directions. Set him fire and beat both horses to pull him apart in front of the remaining Negroes. The next step is to take a bullwhip and beat the remaining Negro male to the point of death in front of the female and infant. Don't kill him, but put the fear of God in him, for he can be useful for future breeding. The breaking process of the African woman. Then take the female and run a series of tests on her to see if she will submit to your desire willingly. Test her in every way, because she is the most important factor for good economics. If she shows any signs of resistance in submitting completely to your will, do not hesitate to use the bullwhip on her to extract the last bit of out of her. Take care not to kill her, for in doing so, you spoil good economics. When in complete submission, she will train her offspring in the early years to submit to labor when they become of age. Understanding is the best thing. Therefore, we shall go deeper into this area of the subject matter concerning what we have produced here in this breaking process of the female Negro. We have reversed relationships. In her natural, uncivilized state, she would have a strong dependency on the uncivilized Negro male, and she would have a limited protective tendency toward her independent male offspring, and would raise the female offspring to be dependent like her. Nature has provided time with this balance. We reverse nature by burning and pulling one civilized Negro apart and bullwhipping the other to the point of death, all in her presence. By her being alone, unprotected, with the male image destroyed, the ordeal caused her to move from her psychological dependent state to a frozen independent state. In this frozen psychological state of independence, she will raise her male and female offspring in reversed roles. For fear of the young man's life, she will psychologically train him to be mentally weak and dependent, but physically strong. Because she has become psychologically independent, she will train her female offspring to be psychologically independent. What have you got? You've got the Negro woman out front and the man behind and scared. This is a perfect situation for sound sleep economics. Before the breaking process, we had to alertly on guard at all times. Now we can sleep soundly, for out of frozen fear, his woman stands guard for us. He cannot get past her infant slave process. He is a good tool, now ready to be tied to the horse at a tender age. By the time a Negro boy reaches the age of 16, he is soundly broken in and ready for life's sound and efficient work and the reproduction of a unit of good labor force. Continually, though the breaking of uncivilized Negroes by throwing the Negro female savage into a frozen psychological state of independency, by killing the protective male image, by creating a submissive, dependent mind of the Negro male savage, we have created an orbiting cycle that turns on its own axis forever. Unless a phenomenon occurs and reshifts the position of the female savages. We show what we mean by example. Take the case of two economic slave units and examine them closely. The Negro marriage unit. We breed two Negro males with two Negro females. Then we take the Negro males from them, keep them moving and working. Say the one Negro female bear a Negro female, and the other bears a Negro male. Both Negro females, being without the influence of the Negro image, froze with an independent psychology, will raise their offspring into reverse positions. The one with the female offspring will teach her to be like herself, independent and negotiable. We negotiate with her through her, by her, and negotiate at her will. The one with the Negro male offspring, she being frozen with a subconscious fear for his life, will raise him to be mentally dependent and weak, but physically strong. In other words, body over mind. Now, in a few years, when these offspring become fertile for early reproduction, we will mate and breed them and continue the cycle. That is good, sound, and long-range comprehensive planning. Warning, possible interloping negatives. Earlier, we talked about the non-economic good of the horse and the Negro in their wild and natural state. We talked about the principle of breaking and tying them together for orderly production. Furthermore, we talking about paying particular attention to the female savage and her offspring orderly future planning. Then more recently, we stated that by reversing the positions of the male and female, we had created an orbiting cycle that turns on its own axis forever until this phenomenon occurred and reshifted the positions of the male and female. Our experts warned us about the possibility of this phenomenon occurring, for they say the mind has a strong drive to correct and recorrect itself over a period of time. If I can touch a substantial original historical base, and they advise us that the best way to deal with this phenomenon is to shave off the brute's mental history and create a multiplicity of phenomenon of illusions, that each illusion can twirl into its own orbit, something similar to floating balls in a vacuum. This creation of a multiplicity of phenomenon illusions entails the principles of crossbreeding the Negro and the horse, as we stated above, the purpose of which is to create a diversified division of labor, thereby creating different levels of labor and different values of illusions at each connecting level of labor, the results of which is the severance of the points of original beginnings for each sphere illusion. Since we feel that the subject matter may get more complicated as we proceed in laying down our economic plan concerning the purpose, reason, and effect of crossbreeding horses and Negroes, we shall lay down the following definition term for future generations. Number one, orbiting cycle means a thing turning in a given path. 2, axis means upon which or around which a body turns. 3, phenomenon means something beyond ordinary conception and inspires awe and wonder. 4, multiplicity means a great number. 5, sphere means a globe. 6, crossbreeding Negroes means taking as many drops of good white blood and putting them into as many Negro women as possible, varying the drops by various tones that you want, and then letting them breed with each other until circle of colors appear as you desire. What this means is put the Negroes and the horse in the breeding pot, mix some asses and some good white blood, and what do you get? You get a multiplicity of colors, ass backward, unusual Negroes running, tied to backward ass long-headed mules, the production of itself, the other sterile. The one constant, the other dying. We keep the Negro constant, for we may replace the mule for another tool, both mule and Negro tied to each other, neither knowing where the other came from, and neither productive for itself nor without each other. Controlled language. Crossbreeding complemented for further severance from their original beginning, we must completely annihilate the mother tongue to both the new Negro and the new mule and institute a new language that involves the new life's work of both. You know, language is a peculiar institution. It leads to the heart of a people. The more a foreigner knows about the language of another country, the more he is able to move through all levels of society. Let me catch up. Okay. We're very close to the end here. Therefore, if the foreigner is an enemy of another country, to the extent that knows the body of the language, to the extent is the country vulnerable to attack or invasion of a foreign culture. For example, you take a slave, if you teach him all about your language, he will know all your secrets. And he is then no more a slave, for you can't fool him any longer. Being a fool is one of the basic ingredients and incidents to the maintenance of the slavery system. For example, if you told a slave that he must perform in getting out our crops and he knows the language well, he would know that our crops didn't mean our crops, and the slavery system would break down, for he would relate on the basis of what our crops really meant. So you have to be careful in setting up the new language, for the slave would soon be in your house talking to you as man to man, and that is death in our economic system. In addition, the definition of words or terms is only a minute part of the process. Values are created and transported by communication through the body of the language. A total society has many interconnected value systems. All these values in society have bridges of language to connect them for orderly working in the society. But for these language bridges, these many value systems would shapely clash, cause internal strife or civil war. The degree of the conflict being determined by the magnitude of issues or relative opposing strength in whatever form. For example, if you put a slave in a hog pen and train him to live there and incorporate in him to value it as a way of life completely, the biggest problem you would have out of him.
Shift your mic again, honey.
Mic check, mic check.
Yeah, shift it one more time.
Okay. Because this is like the last paragraph too, before the current ideology. But how am I doing now?
Keep trying to situate it because it's still...
Any better here? Any better there? Any better here? Any better now? Now, maybe.
Okay, yep, right there.
Okay. For example, if you put a slave in a hog pen and train him to live there and incorporate in him to value it as a way of life completely, the biggest problem you would have out of him is that he would worry you about provisions to keep the hog pen clean or partially clean, or he may not worry you at all. On the other hand, if you put this same slave in the same hog pen and make a slip and incorporate something in this language whereby he comes to value a house more than he does his hog pen, you got a problem. He will soon be in your house. That is the end of that part of this make a slave situation. So, Lloyd Kelly, it's up to you.
Okay. Every time I read that, I just get more and more angry. Because this has been out here for a while, and the fact that we haven't taken this and recognized how it's still playing in our lives 300 years later is just frustrating to me. It really is. That being said, I hope that everybody got the point that I took from this. No, it's going to get a lot of pushback, but that's okay. This whole thing has never been about race. It's not racial, it's economic. They never, in this whole thing, they never talked about race in any capacity other than we're the people they chose to do it to. But the plan was built for economics. So if we continue to think that this is about race and them hating us, that's how we operate. Like they said about, the whole thing about the hog pen. If I convince you that a hog pen is better than a house, you will fight me to stay in the hog pen. So when we talk, and move fast forward to today, when we talk and we say that all we have to do is to move 300,000 people, black voters to Delaware, we get pushback because we have become comfortable in living in the hog pen and rather than the house. Or else when the idea was put in front of us, and there's nothing you can say about the concept of moving 300,000 people to Delaware and taking over, creating a black majority state. There's nothing you can argue with. Nothing. But yet, if you listen tonight, at the comments that have been made tonight, it's been about, well, they're going to do this. We can't do that. You're not going to get everything but... You know what? I can work remotely. I'm going to go to Delaware next week. You know what? I live in Philadelphia, which is 40 minutes away from Delaware. So I'm just going to move to Delaware, keep my job in Philly, and be in Philly 5 days a week, and in Delaware too. The reason for that is because what we just read told us how we've been indoctrinated and how we have been thinking for generations and generations. And it tells you it will turn on its axis. Doesn't need them to do another thing once they implemented it. I hope we all caught that. And I hope that's what the remainder of this discussion is about. And I'll land right there for right now.
Hey, Lord Kelly, this look, just imagine, right? I said there's about 50 million Black Americans, right? Most of us are citizens, and we can move from one state. We have the basic right to move from one state to another state, right? Mm-hmm. Just imagine if there are 50 million Chinese people or 50 million people from India. What will they do? Will they live, as minorities in all 50 states, or will they consolidate their population in a few states? Mm-hmm. I mean,
well, I'll say this: the difference is with regard to them is they don't come here and ask white people, can they do it? They get their H-1 visa, or they get however they get over here, and the first thing they did was to buy Dunkin' Donuts. Mm. And they said every person from India or wherever they're coming from, coming here, will have a job at a Dunkin' Donuts somewhere. Mm. And we'll start there and we'll build from there. We had a conversation tonight where it was said, folks got to take care of themselves. And, we're looking for the ones that can, blah, blah, blah. Well, every other group that is outpacing us, Hispanics, it used to be a joke. Those Hispanic people will come over here and put 20 people in a one-bedroom apartment until they can get a second apartment or a second house. Mm-hmm. Say that to Black folks, and we're going, the hell I will. Mm. Nigga, Negro, you better get yourself together. I got my good luck to you. Mm. Mm. So when we're having these conversations and you ask me questions, how would that affect Indians? They wouldn't let it. They wouldn't look to white people to save them. They saved themselves. Amen. 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 Because they created a way to keep going. Mm. Does that make sense to anybody?
Yeah, it makes perfect sense. It makes perfect sense. We got DC Scotty.
Hey, Black, thank you. I had a question for Rella. I sent you a DM. You said there's some accountability groups out here for reparations. I would like to know what groups those are. I would really like to get involved in some reparations works out here in the DMV. I think you said the Maryland area. I heard you say that, so I really just wanted to ask you that. I agree with many of the points that Black was making and the Gray was making. So good space, good space.
Mm-hmm. Do you follow NAASD at all?
Yes, is that Miss Friday Jones, right?
Well, she's one of the group members, but the group itself is NAASD. So if you've ever followed them, they actually talk about a lot of the groups, I think, around the country. And you said you're here in the DMV area?
Yes, I'm in the DMV area. I apologize for chime in and kind of disturb the conversation, but you really could.
No, you're fine.
Yeah. Maryland.
Maryland. Okay, what part of Maryland are you in?
That is as far as I wanted to send a public space, if that's okay.
No problem. Just DM it to me, and I'll get you the information to it. I'll send the link to you for the group.
Thank you so much.
No problem.
Okay, I see we got the Angry Akata. He had DM'd me earlier, and I did post his information up here. He sent me it's a map of the United States, and it shows the Great Migration reverses itself. This is from 2000 to 2009. If you get a chance to look at that, and it actually gives the population numbers, places where they call them losers, which essentially is places where Black Americans are moving out of. And then it gives the gainers, which is places where Black Americans have been moving to. So please take a moment to check that map out. I did repost it.
Hey, Gray, is there any special reason why I can't put anything into the Jumbotron?
There should not be, other than Twitter. You know, Twitter does what Twitter does, because I know you had that issue before. But there is no reason why you shouldn't be able to. Any speaker should be able to put anything in the Jumbotron.
Yeah, the space is glitching.
I have a question for the people that are in the room. A lot of people came into the space and they haven't been able to stay for 4 hours. So let me ask, do y'all think that we should do this again? Do you think it was valuable?
Do what specifically? Because we've covered so many different topics.
The answer is no. You should not let a white woman get on stage and masquerade as a black woman.
No, I'm talking about reading the WillieLynchLetter again and trying to understand it.
No, I disagree. Look, Lord, being a businessman, right? Look, we know the world is tough. We know the world is not. It's not equal, right? Look, when you a businessman like me, right? I want to surround my area, my environment with positive information, positive people, and positive thoughts, right? I read the Willie Lynch letter back in the early 2000, and I think it back in the 90s, and I don't think we should read that letter again.
Yeah, we don't.
Boy, this was a good read.
But I will say, hold on, Elevation. Hold on, I want to say something because I did get your DM, and thank you for that. So I want to say this. We don't let people get on stage and cosplay as anything. And I'm going to say this with my whole Black American descendant of freedmen with grandfathers who served in the military, family who served in the military, embodiment of my grandmother. I'm going to say this with my whole chest. If you, whether you are a other or someone else, because this is not your other spaces where people go off and start cussing and going off on people because they're from different backgrounds. That's not this space. I have interacted with that account. I think that was my second time. And the reason why I always challenge people on the shit that they say is because you when you talk about doing something and then you sit around and say that you can't get Black people to get the message, when all I've been seeing is Black people in spaces, Black people who I talk to having the same conversations about what do we do, how do we get politics, turn over the leaf in politics, even if the message is not, the narrative is not what we're talking about today. You still will, if you are in the community of our people, we're having the conversation. And so what strikes me is if you are someone who talks about people who talk about their allies and stuff, and you are not regurgitating that, and you make the comment how I can't get certain people to do X, Y, and Z, I'm about to question you. And I'm going to ask you a few things. And I'm going to ask you who is your people and who are you? What is your circle like? Because that's important. And if you reply to me that my comment is ignorant as a Black woman who birthed nations for Black men, first of all, right? I'm going to ask you, well, what's your background and how is it that you're having a hard time? And where are you hanging out having these conversations with people? And that's a valid question. And I dare someone to step and challenge me if I'm talking to someone that's from a different background and disrespect me in that way. So I don't want to be disrespected in having someone say, you know, we should have another room, letting people on stage. We let people on stage and have a conversation because that is what communication is about. But when it's time for us to press, because if you pressed me about some information that you wanted to know, other than me giving you my social security number, my address and location, direct location, I will answer you. I don't have an issue. There is no condemnation there. Right? But you're not going to come in two different spaces and then try to pit them against each other because you confused. You confused because you're trying to compare these men to another man running another space that ain't got shit to do with this space. They just seem similar. If you cannot just dissect the two, that is not a us issue. It's a your issue because everyone I know that's been on spaces go into so many different spaces and they're able to have conversations in the room based on whatever the host is or whatever they're talking about. Ain't nobody conflating nothing. Nobody's conflating nothing. Now, whether or not people like each other or not, that's a whole nother conversation. That's not the topic of the room. It's not as important. So, I'll land because I know some of y'all will be like, well, you know, she a female, she emotional. I am, goddammit. I'm supposed to be.
Two things, Rowan. One, that's why I went back and said to her that we're doing two different things. We're doing the same things, but for two different reasons. Marcel is running in 2024. He needs 50,000 votes, and he needs new people to come. That's why I said that. Now, the second thing that I want to say is elevation. I'm just going to say this. There is a reason in football why you don't let the other team see your playbook. This, what we read today, is white people's playbook. And if you don't see the value in knowing their plays, it's all laid out for you. You see the behavior in your everyday life, every day of your life. So to say that, well, no, it's a negative thing, it's not. It's the real thing. It's what we have to confront. It has nothing to do with emotion. Notice I started what I said before when Black said, go ahead, Lloyd. The first thing I said was, understand, this is not about race. It's about economics. Because race gets emotional, economics does not. So I heard what you said about the negative, but there's nothing. The content is horrible from a humanitarian standpoint, but this is a tool. This document is a tool for us to fix this shit. Unless it's just too overwhelming. I'll land.
Yes, sir. I would like to say that I'm from Houston, Texas. I'm currently in North Carolina, and every FBA I meet is 100% in favor of reparations. Nobody's confused. If they know they come from slaves, they're with it. 100%, no matter if they have high education, low education, what have you. And with that, I yield the mic. Thank you, sir.
No, and I agree with you, Elevation. You don't have to yield. Hold on, brother. You ain't got to yield because you made a great point. Because she said, I have a hard time trying to convince Black people in Montgomery, Maryland. So I'm about to test the waters because, see, when you play with fire, you get burned. And I'm gonna test them waters, and I mean what the fuck I say. That's why I really try to stay calm and collected. Because I wish my family were mobsters because we would probably be ending a whole lot of people who act stupid. But at the end of the day, I'ma say this. I'm gonna test the waters because I'm a real person about what I say. And you mentioned something on Spaces and said, I have Black people in Montgomery County. I have a hard time trying to convince them of reparations. I am going to test the motherfucking waters because everybody I've talked to in Maryland talk about reparations. They even know about the shit that be going on Twitter because some of them are on this bitch. So I'm going to land there. And I'm going to keep my nice composure. Okay?
I think people are not Black Americans. There's no Black Americans opposing to reparation.
Mm-hmm.
I think the problem is that a lot of us don't think we have the what's the word, the authority. We don't have the
they'll say we're not going to get it. I have not met anyone that have said that they're against reparations. That was my only
right.
Like I don't know no one. That's what I'm saying. Like, who the hell are you around? Like, and I thought I was being polite. I didn't think I was being ignorant. Y'all would have told me, right? I mean, I'm assuming you're not gonna, you're not gonna try me in front of no white woman,
but look, Black Americans. Go ahead, Elevation.
No, so I'm definitely in agreement. So some of us might say we doubt that we're gonna get it because it's been so long. But as far as being in favor of it, or do you feel like we deserve it? 100%. Everybody, every FBA. I've been to 35 different states and counting, and we all in favor of it. All.
Yeah, that's the apathy in our population that the government doesn't work for us. That really, that doubt comes from our experience with the government not working for us. So it's unfortunate, but that's where that's coming from. And that's why we got to give them the option that's different from everything that's out there. Different from everything that's out there. So that I love that write-in independent candidate. I love that energy because that's the energy that's going to bring those people out to vote.
Right, and then people need to understand that everybody don't talk like Marcel. Mm-hmm. So your reparations candidate is going to probably have a different energy, but they need to have that fire in their belly in regards to the policy. They don't necessarily have to have the lingo of Marcel, because there is no other Marcel. There's only one. Mm-hmm. He is the blueprint in regards to himself and how he conducts himself. Mm-hmm. But every other candidate that we've talked to, they all come from different backgrounds. They're raised by different people in our community. So some of y'all gonna have to deal with whatever it is, imagery that you got in your head and what they should look like, and start looking at that paper. Mm-hmm. Start looking at that information on that paper.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Also, real quick, in order for a candidate to be on a Democratic ballot or become part of the DNC or Democratic National Party, you have to pay like $2,500, maybe $3,000 to become part of it. So a lot of times they don't have that money, so they get sponsored by somebody, and they're usually somewhat beholden to whoever sponsors them.
Oh no, we raised it. We raised it for Marcel. William, he raised his money. The mayor raised her money. So we did all three of those candidates. So people had issues with imagery, and there were certain things that she was saying they didn't like, and so they wouldn't. You know what I'm saying? And it was the same with Marcel. People had an issue talking about something. Well, he gay and all this other stuff. I'm like, what the fuck they got to do with us getting people in office who got the policy? Y'all, you landing on too many minuscule things that is not gonna get us to the big picture. You need to get moving. Hello, we need a senator.
Right. And look, a Black American political party will pay all those fees for our candidates. Look, Marcel had to pay those fees because he's not part of the Democrat Party.
They wouldn't let him. The Democratic congressional, they wouldn't let him. As a matter of fact, Lloyd can contest to that. They would not. They did everything to keep him from even having a meeting conversation with them.
Let me just clarify something about that. A party wouldn't pay for it. Well, a party at some point, depending on the bylaws of the party, at some point. But what could do it immediately, like tomorrow, is a black PAC, a Freedman PAC, Political Action Committee. Can raise all the money you need for, and you can use it in any way that you feel necessary.
That's what the Asiatic Jewish people are doing. That's why they have that. What's that pack called? APAC or something like that. And they buying everybody left and right. They don't even. You ain't even gotta be Jewish for them to buy you.
So all I'm saying is that, you know, understanding that we have been trained, indoctrinated to not feel that we have nothing we can do. We can start a PAC tomorrow. Everybody put up $1 a week, and that would be $200. That'd be almost $300 million every year to run our candidate. $1 from every person every week get to $300 million. So we need
to be specific. I think it takes about 6 to 8 months for it to get approved by the IRS, but I get what you mean.
No, wait a minute. Hold on. No. That's not the way that works. It takes 6 to 8 months to get the certification. But when you go in and read the rules about setting up a tax-exempt situation, it says that once you sign that application and send it off, it is assumed it will be approved. Therefore, you can start working until they tell you you can't. So we can do it tomorrow. All we have to do is fill out the application, sign it, and send it to the IRS, and we can start working because it's assumed it will be approved.
I would say be careful about that because it's a couple people getting in trouble about that right now because they got revoked and they kept collecting money. But nevertheless,
well, they kept collecting money. When they said what will happen is they'll send you once you send the application, they review it, and then they'll send you something saying either we have everything that we need to make a decision or we don't. We don't have what we need. Please send this or clarify that or whatever. As long as you continue to, and I've set up 2. As not PACs, but 501c3s. As long as you continue to engage with them, that application is open. And as long as you can do whatever it is they keep asking you, they'll ask you, because they know what we're getting ready to do, they may ask us 10 million questions. If we choose to answer 9,999,999, and then they deny us because we didn't answer the last question, that's on us. Because we know they're going to make it hard for us. But we're prepared for that. Understand the rules. The rules say as long as once we send in the application, we can begin the work. And then the other thing is we have lawyers that are very versed in this kind of stuff. So like Lloyd is not going to deal with that. Lloyd's going to get the lawyer to do it, and Lloyd's going to be raising the money. And trust that the lawyers can do what they're supposed to do.
Like Prince trusted his lawyer to file that will. I got you.
Well, okay, and he didn't. But see, once Prince told him to do it, after about 30 days, Prince was supposed to ask every day, "Where's my will?" Oh, well,
I got you, bro.
Hey guys, I have a question. If it's okay.
Absolutely.
Hey, Black, I have a question for you. What do you think some of the more modern ways the WillieLynchLetter is playing out right now that keeps us kind of locked in, if that makes any sense, especially in regards to, I guess, the relationships between mothers and their sons, and I guess that whole independent mindset I heard you talk about. I'm not as articulate with it. I haven't read it the way you have, but I hope you understand my question. And also, I agree with sorry, that question was for Gray. Mr. Black, American Homeland. I agree with you in regards to the I'm having a hard time with some of the older generation of Black folks. The younger generation is definitely with it when it comes to reparations. And I haven't met anybody who doesn't believe that reparations isn't justified. I'm referring to Black Americans. I haven't met anyone who doesn't believe it's justified. But what I am having a hard time with is changing voting habits in order to get it. If I'm being honest, I'm pretty much writing off the 25, 30% of Black Americans who are pretty much vote blue no matter who. And that's, for the most part, are most educated, unfortunately, and some of our oldest generations. I really want to focus on the folks who don't really vote, but they already agree that we have to do something different in order to get some out of the system. I think I'm making headway with them. So I just wanted to say I agree with that sentiment. But in general, all people, I mean, we have I guess it's up to 90% of Black Americans right now agree that reparations is justified. It's just, what are we willing to do to get it? So, but my first question was, what do you think some of the ways that the Willie Lynch letter is playing out today, that kind of keeps us locked in? Thank you.
Yeah, in that PDF at the top of the Jumbotron, there's another section, and they try to relate it to modern times, and actually they're speaking from a white American perspective. For me, I see it as we are a traumatized population, and these are the symptoms of the trauma that we have carried. So, and for me, I don't want to focus on the trauma or the symptoms of the trauma. I just want to focus on the solution. So I know Lloyd Kelly's chomping at the bit to get at this, because that was the whole point of us having this space. So I'm going to divert to him.
And you're absolutely right. I'm chomping at the bit. First thing that I want to say to the young man, from someone that and this is Sunday, so tomorrow, Monday, I will actually be one of those old people, because I qualify for Social Security tomorrow. So let me say this to you, young man. Any movement that has had any success in our history in this country has been led by young people. It has. Martin Luther King died at what, 41, 39, 38, 39, 40? That's young. Was doing his thing when he was 28. And the thing was that he had to go to the elders and say, look, y'all need to sit down. Get with the program. Said it in a respectful way, but you have to understand, when you look at wars, do they send 70-year-olds or do they send 17-year-olds to fight? So the answer to that part of your concern is to understand maybe it's time for you to start stepping up. And then the other thing that we have to stop doing is saying, well, I'm going to write this group of folks off. Because those are going to be the people that are going to fight you the hardest. So we have to figure out why would they fight us in the first place? When I really started getting heavily transitioning to fighting for reparations as my main concern, I was asking people, I would tell people I'm getting behind reparations, and they'd say, nope. And what I did was I said, wait a minute, now I know I'm not crazy. So I would ask them, are you saying that we don't deserve reparations? Or are you saying you don't believe that we can get reparations, and therefore you're not willing to put up the energy for the fight? Those are two very different things. And invariably, they would say, I don't think we can get them, so I'm not going to fight. Once again, take that back to the Willie Lynch letter. Once you get them to believe that it's better to live in a hog pen rather than a house, they're not coming out of the hog pen. So they're telling, so that for me doesn't mean I can't do it because they don't believe it can be done. What that does for me is frame the work that I have to do. I'm not going to have to be making an argument for reparations. The argument I have to make is that we can get reparations. Does that make sense to you? And so I'm saying that how does it play into today? Here's the thing. In the election for president in 2020, nobody got killed. Before January 6th, nobody got killed. All that happened was Donald Trump lost. Those people were ready to go, did go in and kill police officers and anybody else that got in their way.
I think we have somebody in the request. I can't let them up for some reason. Okay. Twitter is acting up. Sorry, Lloyd.
Okay. So they were going to take over the government. Black people 2 years before that watched on video a white police officer put his knee on George Floyd's neck for 9 minutes and 46 seconds. We didn't do shit. We're like, we didn't go hurt nobody. So to answer your question, is it playing out today? It plays out by us continuing to allow this stuff to go on, and we want to talk about, I believe this, that, and the other thing, but we're not doing the work that is necessary to make this happen. Because we've been taught for 400 years not to. In everything that we do. Well, we actually, if you listen to what white people say, they have convinced us it is good for us to be in poverty while they get everything. We have to have arguments over the do-nothing Democrats and the Republicans and can't get with the concept. Let's run our own candidates. Don't matter what party we put them in, but let's vote for our candidate in mass. I've had arguments with people about, you can't tell me who to vote for. I'm not going to tell you who I'm going to vote for. Or, man, take that shit away. I don't want to hear it because ain't nobody going to do nothing. Which really translates into it's not that ain't nobody going to do nothing. You're not going to do anything. That's how it played. That's why that letter is so important. And I would ask you, young man, I'm particularly talking to you, go back and study that letter and find the nuances in it. And on that, I'm going to land for a minute.
Yeah. Okay. Hey, DC Scott. Yeah, you asked me a question. Look, I'm 56 years old, but when I came up with the Black American Homeland Vision concept, I was 28, 29, 30. So I was a young man. I was a very young man. And, traveling, I'm a very observant person. And, I like to go to different countries and see how other countries are exercising their rights, how they practicing, democracy. I try to learn from other countries. I've been to China. I try to learn how China, how they created their economy. And I've been to Japan. I learned from the Japanese. I went to South Africa. I've been to Europe. I've been to Switzerland. I've been to all these countries, as a young man, and even now I live outside the country. Now, look, I believe if I was living in the United States today, I think I would have been a dead man a long time ago because what I have seen overseas and coming back to the States, it makes me very frustrated. And I always have to go back overseas, right? But the thing is, I know if I live permanently in the United States, the way things are, I think I would have died I would have been murdered. Look, every time I come to the country, right, I'm stopped. They send me to a room. They want to know who I am. Now this didn't happen back in the early days before I published anything. but I'm stopped every time I come to the United States at the airport. They want to know who I am, where I'm going, what state I'm going to. And look, I'm a U.S. citizen. But the thing is, they know who I am. The FBI, the customs, they know who I am. So I'm stopped every time. So, but that doesn't stop me. I've been doing this, 28 years, and I'm gonna do it for another 28 years if I have to. I have people that are with me back in the early days. They went away, but I'm still doing it. I will always be focused and advocating for the Black American homeland. That's all I live for. I don't need any. I'm self. What's that word? I'm self. I take care of myself. I never ask for charity or donations or anything like that. I have my own money, and the thing is, that's what I'm all about. And I'm glad that there are more people that are interested in the reverse Great Migration. It helps me a lot, keeps me going, and yeah, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
I appreciate you guys for that response. I actually found y'all back in early 2021. You probably don't remember me, but I've been active in the reparations space off and on for a couple of years. I had to get my mind right and do the cybersecurity thing. So to speak on Mr. Lloyd Kelly's point, I think he had a really good point. I was doing a little bit of research, and I found that it doesn't take very much to move to a state and be able to vote in their state. And someone can please correct me if I'm wrong. I just started doing that research, but it seems in many states, you either have to be there just 30 days, or some states don't have any requirement at all. And speaking to location,
absolutely 30 days, absolutely
30 days. And I was like, well, imagine if we had, a whole team of, Black folks who are, cybersecurity professionals, IT professionals, and they create a location independent business, and maybe they could just roam. And the reason why I say that is because, we don't have much wealth, and maybe we just got to think outside the box. It really is an off-the-wall idea, but having multiple residencies and being location independent, I do believe they just passed a bill for speeding up the for more cybersecurity jobs, or to teach more people cybersecurity. And I believe half of that funding is going to HBCU. So I think Black folks really need to get on that, and maybe we can have a team of folks who are location dependent who can vote in multiple areas. So just an idea.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it should be easy to have, different state residents. I mean, look, I had different international residents. So, if I can have different international residents, it should be very easy to, have multiple state residents.
Young man, can I just say this real quick? Your point about it being an off-the-wall idea, I'm going to tell you a story. So I got my degree in business administration. And so in one of my first business classes, the first story they ever told us about was the story of Bill Gates. And I don't know if you know the story of Bill Gates, but before Bill Gates started Microsoft, Bill Gates took the idea to IBM. I don't even know if you're old enough to even know what IBM is, but he took the idea to IBM and they said, that is the stupidest thing we've ever heard. We're going in a different direction. Trust me, IBM in my day is what Microsoft is in yours. So off-the-wall ideas are usually the ones that work, because you need an off-the-wall idea because what you're using now doesn't work. Don't be afraid of an off-the-wall idea. That's all I'm saying. Did y'all hear me?
Yes, absolutely. So I believe there may be someone in the space who's trying to get up. And I know there's no way for you to tell me. Ms. Rella, do you know who the person is? Because I'll try to bring them up. I've sent out a request to Miss Sunkist to speak, but I don't know who the person is because I cannot see anybody requesting.
Hey, I see. I'm trying to bring her up, but I can't.
Which person is it?
Let me go back to it and see. Her name is Debbie Coward. Coward Debbie. Sunkissed by TMH.
Yeah, I've sent her, man, 10. Oh, she's a speaker now. Okay.
Oh, she's there. I got
awesome.
it. I got it.
I was probably asleep.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, I was trying to get you up here for a minute, but yeah, the floor is yours.
I didn't see anything. Then plus I just started looking at my phone again.
Awesome. Okay, you got it. The mic's yours.
Well, I believe the Willie Lynch letter is still working. I mean, at that point he might have just threw a couple of years out there, like 300 years. I mean, but let's face it, it's still happening. So, I just wish we could just break this. It's to me, it's like a curse. And so hopefully, like, okay, for instance, I'm 62. My sisters, they still believe in just vote, no matter who, just vote blue, no matter who. I was called selfish when I didn't vote for Biden, but I didn't vote for Trump either. And I haven't voted since the Berry debacle. That's what I call it. And that's it. That's it. That's how I feel about that.
Can I ask you a question, ma'am?
Yes.
Why did you vote for Tom Steyer?
Who?
Tom Steyer. Tom Steyer ran for president. He made 3, 4, 5 of the debates. White guy, billionaire. His platform was reparations. And the only reason why reparations became an issue for the little time that it did was because of him. And yet, we let Jim Clyburn convince the people of South Carolina to vote for Joe Biden. Who won't even say the word.
Yeah, no, I actually never heard of him.
Please, everybody, Google Tom Steyer, Tom Steyer.
I sure will Google it when I get a chance.
And that's on us. That the fact that you didn't know about him is on us.
Oh yeah, no,
Because how can we not know about the one man that says, "Make me president, and I'm giving black people reparations"?
I heard of Marianne Williamson, but I never heard of him.
Well, okay. It is true, Marianne ran, but Marianne was, come on, really.
Yeah, no, I didn't.
Oh, and she lowballed it. I mean, she lowballed it. She's gonna give us $100 million or something.
Yeah.
No, 500 million. Come on, really? For 40 million hours of work every day for 256 years, you're gonna give me $500 million? That works out to less than 1 cent per hour.
Wow. Everybody seems to be lowballing, and also just trying to dismiss us, period, because they just don't want to admit that they need somebody that they need a rug to step on, and that's us.
Can I ask you another question?
Yes.
Were you supportive of Marcel Dixon?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Let me ask you this. Did you read the plan for reparations that his campaign put out?
I listened to what he was saying, but I heard a lot of things about freedmen.
Okay, the plan, the actual plan, which includes
how much we're going to get, how it's going to be paid, who's going to get it, why why it goes to Friedman. It explains all of that. Mm-hmm. Every single thing you need. I'm going to ask that you go and read it again. That you go and absolutely read it, and then take or give copies to your sisters that only vote blue. Oh, yeah. And you can find it on his website. Okay, I will do that.
Lord Kelly, how much do you say that Donald Trump offered to Black Americans to vote for him?
I don't know that I don't think he put a number on it, but I know that silver plan or whatever he was calling, was talking about, it was a joke.
500 billion.
Okay. Well, I think the silver plan was 500 million, correct?
I really don't know, because I heard a couple things that I went, okay, here we go. We're going to fall for the okie doke, because it was nothing. Uh-huh. And see, that's the other thing that we have to see. I don't give energy to stuff that I know is stupid. I'm not going to waste my energy. And the reason I asked the young lady to go back and read the plan is the reason reparations has not gone further is because we keep asking for reparations. We don't ask for a very specific, tangible things in reparations. Basically, we're saying, white people, what do you think our labor was worth?
What I'm concerned about is who's actually going to represent, because it sounds like some people are calling it a claim, and then who's going to go up there and actually present the particulars to the government?
Let me say this. If you've read the plan, the way it's written, you'll understand it 100%. You go do it.
Okay.
See, that's the whole thing. We have one of the things that has come out of the Willie Lynch syndrome is we have a savior mentality. There can only be one. And if we have two, Malcolm and Martin, we allow the white media to pit them against each other. So it's a beef instead of us sitting down saying, let's look at where the two of them actually come together and let's support that. And then when they come out talking about, well, we're getting closer and closer to two together, they kill them both. And then what do we do? Wait for another savior to come. Does anybody disagree with that statement?
No. That's why it's important to have 1,000 Martin Luther Kings and Malcolm X than one.
But they all better be saying the same thing. That's the code. I don't see. This is the thing, y'all. One day I'm actually going to hold a space. But if you've noticed, you've never seen me hold a space. I didn't jump out there in front of Marcel. I got behind Marcel. Because as long as we're saying the same thing, it doesn't matter who says it.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And that's why I'm so adamant that we do this Willie Lynch letter so that people can understand where the genesis of our whole way that we think about life comes from. If you are freedmen in this country, the way you think was dictated by that letter. Jealousy and envy.
Yeah. But hey, Lord Kelly, but you saying about individual leaders, I advocate for the Black American political party because like the Democrat Party and Republican Party, they're over 100 years old. So that means that these political parties have outlasted all of these individual leaders of the Democrat and Republican Party of years before. So that's why we should have an institution that that has all the agendas and policies, and that can go back 100
years, and then of today, they will still carry on that platform, agenda, and policy, because that's what the ancestors and the descent, everyone had agreed to it for 100 years. But we haven't started today.
But see, here's where I disagree with you. Show me one time. I don't know if you've ever voted before. I really don't know. But I'll say this. I have never been in a poll, a voting booth, they asked me to vote for a party. They always ask me to vote for a candidate. And at some point... Let me make the point. So if right now we have 52 black congressional districts, yes, the Democratic Party puts up a candidate.
They say pull the lever.
But that doesn't stop us from putting up our own, because what do we know? We know in Marcel's case, 80% of the people that were eligible to vote weren't out there to vote. So if we put up our own candidate, get those folks to go out to vote, we will win every one of those races, and any other race we decide to put someone in. If we stop being concerned about the party and start focusing on the candidate that we put up.
Okay. However, Lord, if we have our own political party that has our logo, even if a member doesn't recognize the name, they recognize the logo. So they will vote for that person where the logo is next to the name.
Oh, I agree with the logo part. The problem is when I don't know who it was, but somebody asked me about it take 8 months to get a 501c4. Well, here's the thing. So let's teach our people that we may put up a person, we may run someone in the Republican Party, we may run someone in the Democratic Party, we may run an independent. What you be looking for is a little button that says FP on it. That's what you be looking for. But it doesn't have to be a party, because our people, probably 25 to 30% of our people are never going to not be Democrat. So I'm not going to try and get you to change parties. I'm going to try and get you to change candidates. Because if I get you to change your party, I may win or may not. But if I get you to vote for my candidate, I win. And that's called voting your interests. That's called voting your interests. We keep talking about voting party. Got to learn how that we vote our interest. And if you're not saying what I need you to be saying, you're not getting my vote. Which means, sir, doesn't mean I'm not going to vote. It means you're not getting my vote and you're not going to win.
Yeah. But my thing is a candidate, right? And 100 different candidates will have 100 different views. However, a political party that those 100 candidates are representing will have a standard that the political party will have a standard agenda and policy for those 100 candidates to abide by.
So let me tell you, see, the thing is, let me tell you another story. Harold Washington, the first black mayor of Chicago, he was running against two extremely, very powerful, old money white people when he won the mayor's race. Jane Byrne and Rich Daley, right? So both of them are solid, staunch, run the Democratic Party. Both of them have their factions, and they're about evenly matched. So Harold won because they canceled out each other's votes, and he went right up the middle. And my point in saying that is I'm not, FP is not in my, okay, let me say, if I have anything to say about it, FP is not supporting 100 candidates or more than one candidate in a race. Because why do we need to? We need to support the one candidate that is committed to our agenda.
Okay, well, all right. Well, I'm talking about if a supermajority black state, right? Usually, a political party controls the state. The political party has different candidates on different levels, from the city council to judges to not police chief, sheriffs to state representatives to House representatives, the senator to the governor. They all are supported and told the line for the Black American political party. They all
hold on. We do not disagree. But let's be clear, for every one of those seats, for every single city councilman seat in every single town in Delaware, every single county seat in Delaware, every single judgeship, every single state rep seat, every single state senate seat, the congressional seat, and the 2 senate seats, there will only be one candidate put up that we endorse. We'll only endorse one. We're not going to give them a chance to weaken our vote by putting up multiple candidates.
Hey, let me highlight something. So there was something created called ourblackparty.org, ourblackparty.org, and this was, I don't know if it's a PAC. I don't really know what it is. However, what they do is they have a platform. And they endorse candidates, essentially, is what the platform is. I don't see where you can donate, but I guess if you click on the candidates, you can ultimately donate there. It's a well-organized website. It is very clean. It's very, very well organized, but they're not an actual political party, right? So there is the PAC, which we have discussed in these meetings, to develop a PAC. And there's multiple different types of PACs that allow you to either work with the candidate or not work with the candidate directly, but that we can have a political organization that is working with candidates and or working for candidates. And ultimately, we get to the political party phase of where we want to be. But to the point, we want to focus on the candidates. We want to run candidates. We want to be able to, and this is on a national scale, just so we're making a distinction, because I am very firm in the fact that 300,000 people moving to Delaware are moving there for a particular purpose, not to vote blue no matter who. They are moving there because we have this agenda in place. But nationally, in these big districts, that's not going to work, because the people there vote the way they vote, and you got to figure out a way to get them to vote the way that you want them to vote. I see Miss Coop has her hand up.
Hey, family. Very good discussion. Actually, couple things. I was hoping to catch Sisterella, but it looked like she left out. But I agree with both of you brothers, and I think you both are correct. I think what Lloyd is saying, what he's suggesting as far as the candidates working within the current atmosphere, putting forth our candidate like we did Marcel, I think that works in the present, or, in the contemporary times. What our brother Black American Homeland is saying, I believe, as far as a whole nother party, will work best once we get our majority standing. So, that's just my opinion, but I think they both can work. I forgot which one of you mentioned it about going to the poll and not seeing just the party, but every state is different. I know when I was in California, and I'm going to date myself, so don't laugh at me, but when Jesse Jackson was running for president, I I somehow messed up on my ballot. I couldn't vote because I wasn't registered in the right party. Therefore, I didn't get name. You understand what I'm saying? I was running Democrat. I don't know why I switched it. I think I switched from independent. And because I wasn't registered as Democrat, I didn't get the Democrat ballot, and I didn't get Jesse Jackson's name on it. So I couldn't vote for him primary. So, you know, we have to be aware every state is different. Not so much in the November elections, but definitely in the primaries, you will only get the ballot for the register. You're not going to get that one, at least in some states, unless y'all know differently. I think that's all I was going to say there. Also, last thing, I was going to connect with our sister. I think it was Centrist, because I think I know someone in Philly that might be able to work with her as far as running on an independent ticket. So if y'all hear from her, I'll try to connect with her too. That was it. I just wanted to throw my 2 cents in. Thanks, fam.
Yeah. Hey, Lord, the thing about a political party, right, is that the members that vote for the candidate that the political party put up, right, if they vote for that for that candidate and we went and we won, now we have to figure out how do we reward, or how do we reward the members for voting for this candidate, right? So the only way we can reward or give incentives to our members is that, you know, it has to be through a political party.
No, a political party has, wait a minute, a political party has absolutely no authority in government. So the question, so let's use Delaware. So the way that we reward the people that voted for our candidates is by implementing policy. Those city councilmen, those judges, those law enforcement officers, those state reps, those county reps, the state senators, they enact policy that works for our people. Meaning that when we control in the state of Delaware, we controlled the state House of Representatives and the state Senate and the governor's seat, we could create a policy that said, okay, police officer with your gun and badge, if you shoot an unarmed individual that is running away from you, you're going to jail for 50 years. If you beat up a black child on the street because of 2 joints, you're going to jail for 25 years, Mr. Police Officer. The beauty of it is, whatever we need to do, we would have the power to do it. And we don't have to do it the way that our predecessors did it in the past.
All right, Lord Kelly, who controls the state of California? What political party controls the state of California?
Neither one. The House of Representatives, the state Senate, and the governor control the state of California. The parties decide, and they're the parties only decide the candidates that will be running from their party. Now, if the Democrats get more people elected, doesn't mean the Democratic Party is running the state. It means that people that belong to the Democratic Party are running the state.
Come on, hey, Lloyd. You will hear in the news all the time. They said, this is a Democratic state. This is a Republican state. All
that means is more Republicans were elected than Democrats. The candidate gets elected, not the party. The candidate gets elected, not the party.
Okay, the electoral college votes, right? When the Democrat or the Republican Party wins the majority of the votes in the state, right? All the electoral college votes go to either that Democratic president or that Republican president.
Can I ask you a question? Do you know how the electoral college works?
Yes, I do. I know exactly how it works.
How does it work?
You got the senators, the congressmen. Their numbers are almost equal to the people that represent the electoral college vote.
Nope, that's not the way that it works. The way that it works is that you elect people from your state to the electoral college every 4 years. And then they are committed to go and vote for the person proportionately. The people well, it depends on the state that you're in. Some states say that if you win their state, you get all of the electoral college.
Different. Look, I understand what you were saying. The electoral college votes, right? The number of electoral college votes per state is depend on how many senators and congressmen you have representing in your state.
Just congressmen,
but you're right. But they don't actually have to be the representatives that vote for the president. I understand that. But
each elector to the electoral college is voted on by the people of that state, not by the party. The party does not select them. The people of their state, the voters, elect those people. So once again, the party is never voted on. It is the candidate for whatever office they're running for. They may be running as a Democrat. They may be running as a Republican, but they are a candidate, not the party.
Okay, look, right, we have these, if you look at a map, I look at these maps all the time, right? What are Republican states and what are Democrat states, right? Republican state is always red. A Democrat state is always blue. So, and guess what? A black majority state will be black. So
we understand that. Right. All I'm saying is that you're putting way too much value on a party designation because it's a candidate. Hold on, let me give you an example. You know what's going on with Joe Manchin and Kristen Sinema, right?
Right. Yeah.
Okay. They're Democrats, but they've told the president, "I'm not voting for the Democratic issues, not that one anyway." And they're Democrats.
Apparently, they kicked out of the party. They should be kicked out of the party.
Here's the thing. They're not kicked out of the party. So the thing is this. It is not the party that is making policy. It's the candidate. That's why Joe Biden, apparently, that's what he says, but I think it's bullshit. But that's why they're not getting anything done, because Joe Manchin will vote with the Republicans. But he's a Democrat.
The political party sets the agenda and policies, right? And you're right. It is the legislature that make the laws, but it's the political party that set the agendas and policy.
And it's the candidate. That's the candidate. Hold on, because I got a really good example. Okay, it's the candidate decides if they're going to follow them. So, would you agree that the top three issues are the top two issues for the Democratic Party? Are three. Are immigration. Right? You agree. That's the Democrats' big issue, right?
To me,
yes or no? That's a yes or no question. Would you agree?
Black Americans and white Americans, they have totally different.
No, that's not the question. I'm making a point here. Would you agree that the top three issues for the Democratic Party are immigration, abortion, pro-choice, and gun control? Would you agree that those three things are the top Democratic priorities?
But black and whites are
let me make the point. It's a yes or no question. Do you agree those are the top 3 Democratic issues?
Let me see. Immigration. Okay, white people want the liberals want more immigration. Black Americans want less immigration.
I'm not interested in what Black Americans want. I'm making a point. Would you agree that for the Democratic Party, the top 3 issues are abortion, gun control, and immigration?
Okay. What is the stance on those 3?
They are pro-abortion, pro-illegal immigrants, and pro-gun control.
Damn.
That's the way they do.
That's the trifecta. That's the Democrat trifecta of death.
Either yes, those are the top 3 issues for the Democratic Party, or not.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna say those are the top agendas for the white-controlled Democrat Party. Correct.
Okay. Marcel Dixon from the 6th Congressional District in South Carolina ran as a Democrat.
Mm-hmm.
There were political and strategic reasons why he did that, but he ran as a Democrat. So Marcel Dixon's top 3 issues was anti-abortion, 100% anti-abortion, 100% pro-Second Amendment, meaning, no, you're not taking away my gun, and 100% anti-illegal immigration. So he's running the
we had total opposition to their agendas.
My point is, he ran as a Democrat because it was politically expedient to do that. But he was going to vote the way he wanted to vote, because why? He's the one holding the seat. The Democratic Party would not have been the one holding the seat. He can vote any way he wants to. So it is very important that you realize it's the candidate who we vote for that's important, not the party. They could be a purple. They could be.
What do they do to people like Marcel? Let's say Marcel, he won that seat, right?
Okay, let me ask you a better question. What did they do to people like Marcel Dixon? Go ahead. I thought you were going to say something else. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
What do they do? Because I know what they do. They marginalize. They keep the person. I can't find the word. Sanction.
They don't give them good committee assignments. They try to make them look crazy and all that. But here's the thing.
Make sure he lose the second. They're gonna make sure he lose in the 2 years later. So
well, hold on. That's what I thought. I thought that's what you were going to say at first. Here's the thing. The question isn't what are they going to do to Marcel. The question is not Marcel. Listen to the question is, what are we going to do to them for trying to do something to Marcel? So when you go back, when you may not like her, you may like her, not like her, it doesn't really matter for purposes of this conversation. You may not like AOC. AOC went to Congress and acted a fool, told Nancy, really, try me and see what happens. Because she knew the people that voted for her when she came up for re-election would vote for her again. So she didn't need Nancy to raise money for her. She didn't need Nancy. She told Nancy, okay, put me on a fucked up committee if you want. See what happens when you try and get the votes you need out of my district.
Right.
See, the thing is, you don't understand. We have power. We are afraid to use it.
But look, when I'm overseas, right, people are always asking me, what is the name of the Black American political party? What is your guys' agenda? And I say, hey, we don't have our own Black American political party. So let me say this: the Democrat Party. And so they find that really strange.
Okay, and I don't care. They live in another country. What we do over here is our business, not theirs. Okay, but here's the thing. I just became a dues-paying member of the Freedman Party.
Freedman Party.
But I will tell you this.
Freedman Party.
We are not going to have a Freedman Party for a very long time. Why? Because we may have it we'll have it in majority states. We can easily put it up. But nationally, we don't have the numbers to support a national party. In order to be
a national party on the national level,
we're going to have a political We're going to have a political party that can elect a president. Makes sense to me.
But look,
that's not accurate there. That's not accurate there. With a region that's not accurate. With a region of states, we will have the electoral college votes to determine every single president from the moment.
We win all the 16 that we would need.
Yes.
There's really 16 states that determine who becomes the president because of the number they have in electoral college votes. But that means that we would have to make Pennsylvania a black majority state.
No, because as our population moves, the electoral college votes will increase in the states that we move to because those votes are based on population. The other states will lose electoral college votes. We will have enough votes to stop any president from becoming president in this country.
I didn't say that we couldn't stop a president. I said a black party could not elect a president. We have
yes, but we will determine. We will determine who becomes the president because they need 270.
According to Jim Clyburn.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about that. You know.
Okay, that is why you see all of these voter suppression laws. It's not because you're.
But we've already cleared that up on the state level. We get control of the state secretary's office, and we don't have that issue. We're I know you got a national strategy, but we have to acknowledge
if we create a black party and run, we will not be able to run a candidate for president. We do not have the numbers necessary to do that.
That is not my goal. I do not care about that.
It's not my goal either, bro.
We weren't talking about that. I simply said if we're going to have a party, then the party needs to be able to allow its members to fully participate in their government. Now, we do not have the numbers at the national level, which would mean if we don't care who becomes the president, oh, by the way, if you have the House, the Senate, and the presidency, you can do anything you want. But so I'm just simply saying,
but that also applies at the state level to our population.
My whole thing with I'm a dues-paying member of the Freedman Party. Right? I'm a dues-paying member. However, no one can just do things. You have to do it strategically and at the right time. So while I'm a member and I fully support a party made up of freedmen people, I know it has to be done strategically, and timing is everything. 2024 and 2026 may not be the time.
Okay, Lord Kelly. Okay, let's say we are supermajority black regions of state, right? We control 8 states. We have 16 senators. Okay, and we got 80 electoral college votes
or more.
Well, we're regional, not national.
Or more.
Right, just regional. Right, we got 80 electoral college votes. Right. Okay.
Or more. Probably 90.
When they're counting the electoral college votes, during the elections, right? We in the last 2-3 hours, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's getting very, very close, right? Right now, these electoral college votes that are in the black states, now they're going to the winner, who they think, whoever